안녕하십니까? 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스에 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 그리고 너무나도 반갑습니다. 저는 오늘 사회를 맡은 진행자 조주연입니다. 이번 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스는 세계 각국 곳곳에서 발생하고 있는 차별과 갈등의 문제들을 진단하고 또 더 나아가서는 공존과 평화를 이루기 위한 공론의 장입니다. 그리고 우리가 직면하고 있는 평화 안보 현안을 논의하는 세션과 또 서울을 중심으로 평화 이니셔티브에 대한 국제사회의 다양한 시각들을 공유하는 아주 중요한 자리가 될 예정입니다. 네, 그리고 서울을 중심으로 국내외 최초로 출범한 다자간 평화연구협의체가 참여하면서 다양한 연구기관들이 일상과 한반도 그리고 세계의 평화 이슈들을 다룰 수 있는 아주 중요한 행사가 될 예정입니다. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, depending on wherever you are located. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and I have been given the honor to be the MC for the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021. Welcome to all of you, online and offline, and thank you once again for your participation. The Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021 aims to be a platform for coexistence and peace, and we will be discussing various issues of conflicts and discrimination that are happening in our societies, including Seoul. In the sessions, we will discuss the pending current issues of peace and security, and of course, the Seoul-led Peace Initiative and the international community's perspectives on it. And Seoul Institute established the Seoul Peace Initiative Consortium with international research institutes, and it's the first in its class and its case bringing together international research institutes that study peace and security. It's the first multilateral peace research panel at home and abroad, and it seeks to fortify Seoul's peace-related research capacity, and it will also become a powerful platform for local governance for peace. 네, 제가 지금 서 있는 서울 화상 스튜디오, 서울 온 스튜디오의 배경을 좀 설명을 드리고 싶습니다. 지금 너무나도 아름다운 디자인이 뒤에 보이실 텐데요. 새로운 개념의 평화를 형상화한 것입니다. 그래서 새로운 개념의 평화란 사람과 환경 그리고 자연이 모두 공존할 수 있는 그런 개념의 평화입니다. 오늘 하루 동안 계속해서 이 아름다운 디자인도 눈 속에 만끽하시길 바라겠습니다. And now I'd like to explain to you the background design of our virtual conference room. And as you can see, it's very colorful with different designs. And it's visualizing the new concept of peace, which encompasses the coexistence of humans, environment, and nature. I hope that you'll be able to enjoy the various designs throughout the day. 네, 본 컨퍼런스의 경우 유튜브 채널에서 한국어, 영어로 동시 통역과 함께 실시간으로 중계가 되고 있습니다. 그리고 문자 통역이 제공이 되는데요. 문자 통역 서비스는 소지하고 계신 디지털 기기를 이용해서 사용하실 수 있습니다. And ladies and gentlemen, the conference is being streamed live on the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021 YouTube channel. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided in Korean and English, so please select your respective channels. 본 컨퍼런스의 저작권은 서울시와 서울연구원에 있습니다. 사전 동의 없이 발표 자료, 이미지, 그리고 영상으로 무단으로 사용하는 경우 저작권 침해에 해당될 수 있으며 콘텐츠의 2차 가공과 배포는 금지되어 있습니다. All copyrights to this conference belong to Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Seoul Institute. Unauthorized use of presentation materials, images, and videos without consent from Seoul Metropolitan Government could constitute copyright infringement. And the reproduction or distribution of the conference through recording or videotaping is strictly prohibited. 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스가 진행되는 동대문 디자인 플라자 화상 스튜디오 서울 온에서는 코로나19 방역 수칙을 준수하며 모든 행사를 진행하고 있음을 알려드립니다. The virtual conference room has been disinfected and is following the quarantine instructions. 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스 공식 홈페이지에서는 시민 참여 이벤트를 진행하고 있습니다. 참가자 여러분의 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. And there are also live events on the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021 official website. So please take a look at the website and do join in and participate in the events for a memorable conference. 네, 그럼 지금부터 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스의 개회식을 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 유기영 서울연구원 원장 대행님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. And now to officially begin the ceremony, Mr. Yoo Ki-Young, Vice President of the Seoul Institute, will deliver his welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice President Yoo.
서울연구원 원장 직무대행
Greetings, this is Yoo Ki-Young, Acting President of the Seoul Institute. Dear participants and citizens who care for peace and security, dear researchers representing various research institutes leading research on global peace and security, I'm very pleased to welcome all of you to the first Seoul Peace Initiative Conference held under the theme of the road to peace and coexistence in cities and the world. Thank you very much for joining us. To study and discuss everyday peace of Seoul citizens and peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula and the world, in April this year, the Seoul Institute signed an MOU with 12 international research institutes that study peace and security, and we launched the Seoul Peace Initiative Consortium, or SPIC. The first Seoul Peace Initiative Conference is an annual academic conference among SPIC members to discuss peace and security challenges faced by the Seoul City, the Korean Peninsula, East Asia, and the world. In particular, in the first session, research findings of cooperative research conducted by 5 research institutions will be shared. And this collaborative research aims to strengthen research capabilities of SPIC members. I believe that the achievements of this cooperative research will contribute to developing practical world peace agenda to be pursued by Seoul City. And in the following sessions, we will offer diagnosis of the changing peace and security circumstances and challenges from the perspective of cities and the Korean Peninsula, global peace and security, and discuss joint responses by various actors, including city governments and states. Seoul City is the center of politics, diplomacy, security, and culture of Korea, and I expect that this conference will serve as an opportunity for Seoul City to actively participate in and lead discussions on global peace and security. Today, we have many participants from different parts of the world, including Europe, Asia, the Americas, and Oceania, and they're leading scholars on peace, human security, and traditional security. Your different views and perspectives are extremely valuable. And I hope that you will continue to share your thoughts and ideas with us through collaborative research and the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference as well. Willy Brandt was mayor of West Berlin when Germany was still divided, and later he served Chancellor of West Germany. He argued that making as many connections as possible between the East and the West blocs was the best way to build peace. And this was based on his policy and his philosophy of small steps. Of course, big steps may be better than small steps, but taking small steps is more important than not taking any steps at all. And I hope that today's Seoul Peace Initiative Conference will help Seoul citizens as well as global citizens interested in peace and security to build a consensus that we can build peace in our everyday lives. And I also hope that peace and security research institutions and researchers from home and abroad will continue to engage in a meaningful dialogue so that we can pursue peace for all of us. Thank you.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. Thank you once again, Mr. Yoo, for your kind words. 다음은 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스를 축하해 주시기 위해 오세훈 서울특별시 시장님께서 축사를 전해 주셨습니다. Next, it's my great honor to introduce to you Mr. Oh Se-hoon, Mayor of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, who has delivered his congratulatory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mayor Oh Se-hoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, my name is Se-hoon Oh. I'm the mayor of the Metropolitan City of Seoul. I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to you on the opening of the first Seoul Peace Initiative Conference. I would like to thank Sung-wook Nam, the chair of the Seoul Committee on Inter-Korean Exchange and Cooperation, the acting president and vice president of Seoul Institute, Kee-Young, as well as all of the scholars from both home and abroad who are with us today, as well as all of the participants who are joining us online. I would also like to thank all of the researchers who are with the Seoul Peace Initiative Consortium from the US, Europe, Japan, Australia, and also around the world who have come together with the Seoul Institute to seek a sustainable future for all of humanity. Recently, we've seen rising uncertainty in our security domains, along with cross-border security challenges such as infectious diseases, climate change, energy and natural disasters that require us all to engage in a massive paradigm shift. Against this backdrop, the City of Seoul, to enable peaceful lives and a safe future for our citizens, is strengthening our risk management capacity by cooperating with cities across the world, and we are doing our best to build a city where the values of fairness and mutual prosperity thrive and prosper. I hope that through this conference we can forecast the changes in the new international order in the post-pandemic era, and based on the insight and analysis of the future of cities and the safety of our citizens, come up with measures to more concretely realize the vision of global cooperation. I hope this will be an arena of cooperation that pulls together your extensive experience and wisdom for the sustainable development of cities. Thank you.
네, 시장님 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. Thank you once again for your kind remarks, Mayor Oh Se-hoon. 네, 이것으로 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스의 개막식을 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. And now this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021. 네, 그럼 바로 이어서 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스 첫 번째 세션을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 세션은 평화 안보 싱크탱크 협력 연구의 성과와 과제라는 주제로 진행이 될 예정입니다. 세션을 진행해 주실 남성욱 서울시 남북교류협력위원장님을 모시겠습니다. And next, we'll have the first session of the conference, Achievements and Challenges of the SPIC Cooperative Research. It's my great honor to introduce you to Mr. Nam Sung-wook, Chairman of the Inter-Korean Cooperation Committee, who will be our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Nam.
We would like to ask the speaker to please use his microphones.
사용 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
자, 뜻깊은 서울 평화 안보 컨퍼런스의 1세션의
This is the first session of the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference. My name is Sung-wook Nam. I'm the chairman of the Inter-Korean Cooperation Committee. I'm currently teaching at Korea University, and I'm also engaged in various different activities at the Inter-Korean Cooperation Committee at the Seoul Metropolitan government level. This first session will be held under the theme of Achievements and Challenges of SPIC Cooperative Research. We have 4 presenters and 3 panelists with us today. Let me just briefly go over the backgrounds of our presenters. Our first presenter will be speaking on varieties of peace in the Korean Peninsula, implications for Seoul. We have Hyung-min Kang. He is currently at the University of Otago. He's a research fellow at the National Center for Peace and Conflict Studies. He studied peace studies in New Zealand and is currently with the University of Otago, also based in New Zealand. He looks at reconciliation, peace building, transition justice, and post-liberal peace and competitive peace. Our second presenter is Mr. Charles Morrison, who is a board member at the Pacific Century Institute, or PCI. Mr. Morrison studied at Johns Hopkins University majored in international studies and also East-West Center in Honolulu. He has engaged in work in various government and legislative centers, and currently at the East-West Center and the board member at the Pacific Century Institute, where he is leading an open economy project. He looks at Asia-Pacific international cooperation, prosperity building, Asia's role in global prosperity building. Our third presenter is Kee-Young Park, who is at the Free University of Berlin. He's a postdoctoral researcher there. I think you've recently moved to Jeonbuk University. Am I not correct? I'm sorry. You are still at the Free University of Berlin at the Institute of Korean Studies. My apologies. And right now, she is studying sustainable international development. She's interested in spatial approaches to peace studies, looking at cities and urban research in North Korea and system transition, different case studies in those aspects. So look forward to your presentation. Our fourth presenter is also with us on the screen, as you can see here, Mr. Dong-jin Kim from Trinity College, Dublin. Is the ISE Senior Research Fellow at the Trinity College. He studied at the North Korean University, University of the North Korean Studies, and Hanshin University. Looks at peace building in Korean Peninsula and civil studies and civil society, and also sharing the different cases of North Ireland peace process and the Korean Peninsula. We also have three discussants with us. Our first discussant is from the Se-hoon Institute, currently the VP of Department of Foreign Relations. Dr. Myun-woo Lee has been a long-time researcher, and I also have collaborated with him on various research studies. He's currently the vice president at the Se-hoon Institute, studied political science at Ohio State University, and is also the president of the Hyundai Japan Institute, which has a term of about 2 years. He's a Japan expert. He also looked at the analysis of Japan's conservatism and changes in leadership in Japan. He has published numerous publications based on his research. We would like to hear from the doctor on the perspectives from Japan. Our second discussant is Assistant Professor Daniel Connolly at the Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Dr. Connolly is interested in international relations history, human rights movements, and new technologies in Asia-Pacific. He has received an MA and PhD in international studies at Korea University. And also next to me is our third discussant. He's a dean and professor at the Graduate School of International Studies at Ewha Women's University, Brendan Howe. Dean Howe is a very handsome man. I believe owing to some part to the makeup, as I saw in the makeup room, but I do believe that he's a very handsome man, and he's the dean and professor at GSIS at Ewha Women's University and also the head of the Asia Society for International Studies. He received his degree at Oxford and also studied at the Trinity College in Dublin. Also looks at East Asian vision, post different theories of security, human security, and post-conflict studies. These were my brief descriptions of our presenters and discussants. We'd now like to move straight into the session in earnest. I would like to give about 15 minutes to each of the presenters with their presentations. And for the discussants, we'd like to ask them to restrict their remarks to about 10 minutes. And hopefully that would give us enough time to have about a session for about 100 to about 110 minutes. First, we'd like to turn to Dr. Kang, Hyungmin Kang, for his presentation. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 잘 들리시나요?
Can you hear me well?
안녕하세요. 서울연구원
Good morning and good afternoon. I am Hyungmin Kang. I am a research fellow at the University of Otago. I'm very nice to meet all of you. Before I start my presentation, I would also like to express my gratitude to the Seoul Institute for suggesting this collaborative research. The Seoul Metropolitan government has been interested in promoting peace on the Korean Peninsula as well as in the region and the world, and recognizing the status of Seoul Metropolitan government, I believe this is a very important endeavor. We've been interested in peace studies, especially within the post-liberal framework, and I believe that this has to do with hybridity concept that we've been discussing. As a peace city, Seoul would like to emerge strongly, and I can say that the research team at the University of Otago will continue to provide support. In my research team, we looked at various peace concepts that have been explored in peace and conflict studies, and we looked at various concepts and definitions of peace, and we believe that we need to introduce these different concepts of peace to Korea so that we can understand how we can approach peace in Korea and what we can do about the bottom-up approach to peace. When we look at the literature on peace, we may see that there are some discussions on the passive peace and active peace notions. But when you take a look at the global studies, the frameworks have been expanded. So there have been many post-liberalist approaches to peace with focus on local activities. And these attempts aim to look at the implications for local communities and the citizens and how we can transform the circumstances and promote peace and build peace. So in my research team, under this recognition, we decided to take a look at these different concepts of peace and apply them in the Korean Peninsula context so that we can discuss the role of the Seoul city in promoting bottom-up approach to peace. But before I give you some more details, I'd like to first mention that non-peace or peace issues on the Korean Peninsula are related to the implications and conflicts of the division of the Korean Peninsula. So what I mean by that is not just inter-Korean relations, but also South-South conflict that we've been witnessing in our society. And when you take a look at this approach, you may be able to understand that the top-down approach for peace is quite different from the bottom-up approach for peace, and why we need to investigate the notion of bottom-up approach for peace in the context of the Korean Peninsula. This is the structure of the report. There are two major parts. In part one, we first take a look at the situational approach to peace. And secondly, we examine the relational approach to peace. And the third approach is ideational approach. And in part two, we introduce new notions of peace in chapter 4. And then in chapter 5, we discuss the notion of everyday peace and then agnostic peace. So these are two new concepts of peace that we would like to apply to the Korean context. And then in the final chapter, we present some lessons learned and implications for Korea. So given these new concepts and notions of peace, what can Seoul City do? Let's take a look at the situational approach to peace. This means that situational approach defines peace as a state of being or condition experienced in a particular locality. So this means that there is constant existence of violence in this state. And this approach is an attempt to go beyond minimalistic and negative understandings of peace. And they want to discuss how we can define situations or conditions or states of being as peace. And this is actually about understanding the root causes of conflict and tension experienced by local residents in a particular community. Second is relational approach to peace. When we want to build peace, it's not just about having a state of being or a state of being in a peaceful circumstance, but rather it is more about defining and developing relationships. And you may see that there are institutions and diplomatic institutions that have been pursued by liberalists, but they try to understand these institutions also in terms of relationships. The third approach is ideational approach to peace. This means that it's not just relationships among different actors, but also about analyzing the ideations or understandings of peace, because sometimes certain perceptions and understandings may not be accepted or may be modified, and peace is not understood equally or in the same manner by different actors. Therefore, in terms of employing the ideational approach, we try to recognize different experiences and perceptions presented by different actors and participants in a local community. In our research team, based on these three different approaches, we want to present two new notions of peace. The first one is everyday peace. In order to understand this notion, we first have to take a look at the elements that we will examine. First of all, we assume that there's this division structure in the Korean Peninsula that causes lack of peace in our everyday lives. After the division, there are many complicated tensions and conflicts, and these tensions and conflicts have been represented and expressed by citizens. And in this context, we want to pursue everyday peace that individuals may enjoy in a day-to-day life. And you may think that everyday peace is rather far-fetched or is different from the traditional discourse on peace. However, in an attempt to overcome the existing conflict and tension, everyday peace is something that we need to promote. In order to apply these new notions, we want to assume that there is antagonism and state-led violence based on dichotomy in Korea because of the division. And there's this dichotomy that constantly is reproduced in our social discourse, dividing us between us and the others. And when we continue to have this antagonistic dichotomy, this may lead to lack of peace in a day-to-day life. But at the same time, you can see that there are micro-understandings of peace in everyday lives because people still try to achieve peace in their daily lives. And in that sense, we want to shed light on everyday peace notion by analyzing the micro-behaviors and perceptions of individuals in our society and how non-peace or lack of peace has been reproduced in our society based on the existing violence and tension. And in this particular chapter, we present two separate cases. The first case is North Korean descendants, and they fled North Korea and they came to South Korea, and how were these people able to maintain everyday peace? And the second case study is about these South Korean citizens who believe in the communist notions because they were subject to state violence and they were subject to criticism and oppression in Korean society, and what kinds of peace or not lack of peace were experienced by these people. So that's the second case. In chapter 5, we present this notion of agonistic peace. This means that we acknowledge that there are sources of conflict and sources of tension, and we also accept that there are disagreements. But by engaging in contestation and debates, we may try to achieve reconciliation. We have to make efforts to accept plurality and diversity in our notions. And here, debates and discussions may have been achieved by the power in society in the past in the traditional notion, but what we need to pursue and what we need to realize in this new society is to acknowledge that there are disagreements and we agree to disagree. And in our research team, we wanted to apply this notion of agonistic peace on the Korean Peninsula so that we can find ways to promote peace in this particular circumstance. And for this, we took a look at two specific cases. The first case was the One Korea unification approach that was pursued since 1994. And in the second case, we took a look at some of the attempts in Korea to get rid of state-led violence and how can we carry out a process of contestation, disagreement, and reconciliation. These two cases are quite meaningful because it's not just about unification, but also South reconciliation. And we want to understand agonistic peace in terms of politics rather than other social tensions. And we want to open a forum for dialogue and debate among the actors. And then we apply these specific cases from the situational, relational, and ideational frameworks. And in the final chapter of our report, we present some implications for Seoul City because there are various notions and approaches to peace. And given these different notions, what can Seoul City do to promote peace? First of all, for Seoul to be a peace-supporting local government, the government needs to reflect critical perspectives to what peace is, and they also need to understand the importance of bottom-up or grassroots approach to peace. And secondly, the Seoul City also needs to understand how the impact of division has affected everyday lives of citizens. And number three, the Seoul City government has to find ways to diversify the participation of citizens. And to be more specifically, within the division structure, there are many minority groups and underprivileged groups. And the Seoul City needs to pay attention to them and their experiences and find ways for them to participate in peace-building process. And finally, we also need to understand the particular interests of various groups and open some forum for them to participate in this process, because it is critical for the Seoul Metropolitan government to stay away from paying attention to the interests of particular groups only. In other words, we need to recognize diversity and pluralism in their identity, memory, and narratives. And the Seoul City government has to be neutral to different ideologies and different perspectives. Right now, we have so many social tensions and conflicts in our society, but rather than trying to oppress one side over the other, Seoul City has to be a neutral actor and provide opportunities for different participants and citizens to engage in constructive dialogue. So, I have discussed what Seoul City can do to promote everyday peace and agonistic peace in Korea. And this is actually based on the reinterpretation of peace from the post-liberal perspective. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kang, for your wonderful presentation. Due to time limit, I will not try to summarize the presentation, so let's move on to the next presentation.
Our second speaker is Dr. Charles Morrison from the Pacific Century Institute. And today he'll be speaking on lessons of COVID-19 for the global health regime, project concept and update. And with that, he promises to deliver a great presentation.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And I'm here in my hometown of Honolulu, which happens to be one of the sister city of Seoul City. My topic is really quite different. It's on the lessons of COVID-19 for the global health regime. And I start in. So you might be wondering why a panel that consists of three papers that deal with divided countries. Includes this topic, which is a quite different one. And I think it's very logical that a institution of Seoul City would be focused on the North-South division and the lessons that can be drawn from other places of how to overcome that division. But also, as the mayor said, the aspiration of the Seoul Institute is to address regional issues and global issues. When we considered our participation in the board meeting of the Pacific Century Institute, and this was in February of 2020, it seemed to us that maybe, even though the Pacific Century Institute is much focused on the Korean Peninsula, it seemed to us that it was sensible to bring this topic of COVID-19 to the fore. It was clear then, although it was still in the early stages, that this was going to be a serious problem. We didn't anticipate it would be as serious as it did become, but it would be serious. And secondly, in the early stages, it was very much an urban phenomenon. In fact, through the first 6 months of the COVID-19 pandemic, 90% of the infections were in urban areas. And later out, it spread to the rural areas. And the rural areas, of course, feel it more because the modern health facilities are not there. So the death toll in the rural areas tends to be higher, but the sheer numbers are in the urban areas. So the urban areas are the first line of attack for the virus and the first line of defense for those of us who are trying to fight this virus. So PCI put together this project. It was done explicitly for the Seoul Institute and would not have existed without the Seoul Institute. I designed it, but I'm an international relations and governance person. I'm not a health specialist. And so we commissioned 5 papers from top experts. It's a team of 10. We're in 5 countries, 2 in Asia, 2 in Europe, and the United States. And it's still a work in progress. 1 paper has come in, but most of the papers are still waiting to come in next week or the week beyond. So we did not know how devastating it would be, but it has been an incredibly difficult time. The number of deaths are officially 5 million, but the estimates are up to 20 million. So that's not the level of World War I or World War II, but it's starting to approach that. It's a major crisis. It's been a major problem for the economies of virtually all countries. It's had huge humanitarian and social impacts, and not just on old people, but on young people as well, who've lost a lot of schooling. And the pandemic has been associated with the increase of tensions. So one of the questions now is whether we can learn lessons from this pandemic to apply to the future, to avoid other pandemics that could be even worse. This is a graph that shows in the United States, where we have pretty good statistics, the infections of the last huge pandemic in 1918 to 1920, 100 years ago, and the current one up till October. And so it looked like it was following the same path, but in fact, there was another wave, and that represented the Delta virus, and it represented the fact that until this pandemic is handled globally, it will not be over. And it's not likely it will be another 100 years before there's another pandemic. If we think about the reasons that pandemics are more likely to come more quickly, it's because we have much denser human populations, especially in Asia, where more than half people of the world live. We have huge changes in land use, which bring people and animals closer together. We have the impact of climate change, which is changing the vectors of birds and bugs and bats and so forth. We have an explosive growth of domestic animal populations. China, for example, has always had a large hog population, the world's largest, but that's increased by 500% in the last 50 years. The chicken goose population has increased 1,000%. And so these are animals that can serve as intermediaries between bats or whatever and humans. We have the spread of the disease to modern transportation. And of course, we have the urban environments and a world that is more urban than rural now. So the picture that we have before us is one of enhanced and significantly greater dangers of future pandemics. My screen is no longer working. Okay, here we go. So we are, one of the key areas is whether we have the will to reform. If we cannot do something in this area of a crisis of this nature, it's a pretty bad outlook for the world. How can we address climate change? How can we address other issues that will come up that are of existential existence? So this is a real question before us. What we did was to pick out 4 areas that we thought were the best for us to work on. There have been, since we started this project, 3 major proposals that have come forward from others who've been working on this: the World Health Organization itself, the UK government, the G20 process. So there's quite a bit of work on this, but we decided to focus on broad areas, but ones where public understanding is very much needed. And the first of these areas is the World Health Organization, its role, its structures. The issues are how the institution has evolved, how its authority vis-a-vis the member states, how effective its international health regulations are, which were revised after the SARS pandemic, its role in convening, its role in authorizing vaccines, its role in evaluating healthcare systems, and most importantly, the funding. Does it have adequate funding? The World Health Organization is about the size of a mid-sized hospital. It's not a very large organization, but it is a centerpiece of the global health regime. The second is the regional institutions. Regional institutions overlap in a way with the WHO, but they often have their own areas of expertise and focus, which don't connect very much with the WHO. But it would be very logical that you try to have these regional organizations supportive of and working with the WHO, especially as a big crisis comes up. So our focus will be on APEC and on the EU. APEC, because it's a voluntary organization, it's a very open organization, many different stakeholders get represented in APEC. The EU, because it's basically the leading edge of regional organizations striving to create a what may become a national government. And so it has many more roles than the APEC does, or any of the other organizations like ASEAN or the African and Latin American organizations. Then we're looking at the question of harmonization of national standards and regulations for personal protective equipment, medicines, and medical equipment. And our team there is China focused. China, after it had thought it had solved its own COVID epidemic, started to try to export personal protective equipment, medicines, and medical equipment. and it found it had a lot of problems. It had some problems because its manufacturers didn't know what the standards were, sent defective materials and so forth. Some because the countries that they might have sent them to didn't want to receive them because they had not received approval within these countries. So this paper, which is the one that I have received, is focused mainly on China's interaction with the ASEAN group. The ASEAN group largely uses the US Federal Drug Administration standards. And so this causes some delay in terms of sending materials from China if these countries do not have trust in the Chinese standards. So that's what that's about. And I think the final, and to me, the most important issue right now is vaccine equity and getting vaccines to the, especially the places where vaccines are not available. We know that the number of places where vaccines are produced are very small. There's quite a few other countries in the supply chains, but the vaccine club, meaning both producers and key suppliers, is relatively small. Vast places without vaccine capability. And so these are the places that are largely left behind, especially Africa. Only 3% of global doses have been administered to Africa, which has about 17% of the world's population. Papua New Guinea has about 1.7% of its population vaccinated. North Korea has, as far as I know, no percent of its population vaccinated. It rejected vaccines that were China tried to donate, but it has recently, as I understand, maybe receiving vaccines from the WHO through the COVAX facility. COVAX is a very interesting tool for trying to get vaccines to developing countries, but they've been at the bottom of the food chain. There's been inadequate funding. The commitments from the major countries didn't come until after they'd vaccinated their own populations. And then you had problems when a country like India had its own major crisis, and all of a sudden it was a major supplier, and it simply had to shut down for a while. So these are the issues that we'll be addressing. I think it's a huge challenge for the world. Most of the assessments of international cooperation have not been very positive so far. You may have heard of the Thucydides trap, which has been used to describe the potential rivalry between rising powers and established powers. But when I read Thucydides, the main trap that I see is the trap of the vast increase in our technological capabilities and the continued prevalence of the traditional human behavior, which is in crises to hunker down, to stop cooperation, to everyone out for himself. And so I think trying to develop a stronger regime, more effective regime, it's going to take years, but it's something we have to try to work on. Thank you very much.
네, thank you, Charles Morrison. 그 배경 화면이 하와이 호놀룰루.
I noticed that there was this background image of Honolulu in Hawaii, and it seems that Hawaii is coronavirus free. I wonder if that's true. Oh, okay, so there are COVID cases in Hawaii as well. He talked about the Thucydides trap, and it is a tension or conflict between a rising power and the old or traditional power. And this is what's happening between the US and China.
이 평화를 얘기하면서 백신을
As we discuss
얘기를 안 할
peace,
수가 없죠.
we
그래서
have to talk about vaccines.
박사님께서
So in
처음에
that sense,
약간
it was very meaningful.
다른
Mr.
주제라고
Morrison
말씀했지만
in the beginning mentioned that this may not be
코로나
directly
시대를
related
살다
to
보니까
peace, but as we're going through the
백신 없이는
COVID-19
평화가
pandemic
없을
right
수가
now,
없는
without vaccines, we may not have
그리고
peace at
북한은
all.
중국에서
And
시노팩이라는
in
백신을
North Korea,
제공을
they
할 의사를
seem to
수차례
be
표명했지만
there was
중국에
several
대한
times when
디스트러스트,
China
불신,
offered
뭐
vaccines,
그런
but
것이
maybe
강했던
there
것
is
같고
some distrust
최근에
about Sinopec.
코백스
And
프로젝트로
recently,
시작을
with the
하는데
COVAX project, things are trying
중국을
to
비롯해서 모든 나라에 관해서
roll out,
북한의
but
국경이 지금
in
완전
particular,
블록해드,
the North Korean border is
봉쇄가
completely
나간
closed.
사람은 있지만
And there are
들어온
people
사람은
who
없다는 게
have
저희
left North Korea, but there's no one who can go
평가.
inside North Korea. This is our
자,
assessment
감사합니다.
of the
세
situation. Thank you very
번째
much
저희
once again.
스피커를
Let's
모시도록
move on to the
하겠습니다.
third presentation,
베를린 자유대학교
which will be
한국학
provided by
연구소의
Dr. Kee-Young
박지연
Park, a
연구위원입니다.
postdoctoral researcher
이은정
at the
소장님
Institute of
잘
Korean
계시죠?
Studies at the Free University of Berlin.
제가 2010년에
How is Miss Lee doing there? I remember that I gave a speech in 2010 at the Free University of Berlin. So I feel that I have quite something going on with the Institute of Korean Studies at the Free University of Berlin. The title of the presentation is Building Peace Across Boundaries, focusing on the city partnership between East and West Germany. Please go ahead. Hello everyone, my name is Ji-yeon Park. I am doing research on new approaches to inter-Korean relations, co-construction and cohabitation with focus on spaces. And very nice to meet all of you. Co-construction and cohabitation is the framework that I'm going to use in order to understand how city partnerships contributed to peace building in Germany. I take a look at the physical boundaries, and these boundary spaces are where many social conflicts and tensions can take place. So I examine different characteristics of tensions and conflicts along the boundaries, and I look for peace-building processes that can be applied in these boundaries. And now we can take a look at some of the efforts in Europe, especially in Germany, because there are many implications we can get for the Korean Peninsula as well. During the Cold War, there were many processes of opening up the boundaries within Germany, even though there was the formal division, and there were many efforts for reconciliation and exchanges and cooperation. And after the Berlin Wall fell, there were efforts for coexistence and co-prosperity, but there's still some disparities and inequalities within Germany. And we can see that the city partnerships and some exchanges at the local level can help promote more harmony and reconciliation within this country. So I believe that there are many lessons we can learn from the German experience. In other words, we can promote contact, more frequent contact and exchanges and cooperation, and these will help promote peace. Let's now go back to the Korean Peninsula. Currently, we have the North Korean nuclear threat posing a security threat not only to the Korean Peninsula but also the world. Therefore, we need to find a way to promote peace on the Korean Peninsula. We have seen that tensions were actually heightened when drastic Big Bang Theory methods were adopted. So we need a gradual peace building process on the Korean Peninsula. In December 2020, the Inter-Korean Exchange and Cooperation Act was revised, and now it specifies that local governments are primary actors in the exchanges between the North and the South, and this means that local governments can now promote inter-Korean exchanges. So based on the understanding and the notions that I mentioned before, we can find ways to promote inter-cities partnership. And in order to understand what we can do at the local level, we can examine the cases of Germany. To start, it is necessary to put in perspective the meaning and circumstances of the regional level exchanges between East and West Germany. And regional exchanges were influenced by the central government attitudes, and regional level efforts were influenced by the international context. Therefore, we need to take a look at the internal and external contexts that shaped such local exchanges. And we can take a look at the city or intercities partnership within these contexts. And now we can draw some insights for the Korean Peninsula. So this is actually the aim of the research study. Therefore, we looked at some of the specific intercity partnerships, and a primary example is a partnership between Erlangen and Jena. First, let's take a look at the background and implications of regional exchanges and cooperation. Today, inter-city partnership is forged between different countries to promote cultural and economic exchanges. And these are local level exchanges promoted by citizens to deepen understanding of each other. However, this modern notion of intercity partnership was taking a different form in Europe, because in Europe they wanted to realize the vision of peace, reconstruction, and cooperation so that they would never have to go through another world war. Now, with local governments and private organizations as key players, the focus of international relations has moved from the central level to the local and civil level, which is called Cold War from bottom up or diplomacy from bottom up. So there are citizen-level exchanges and cooperation, and these local-level exchanges contributed to reconciliation in Europe. So in this context, we can take a look at the intercity partnerships that took place between France and Germany. As you may know, there were political and military conflicts between France and Germany. There was much antagonism between the two countries, so it was not easy to imagine any kinds of exchanges between the two countries. And at that time, in 1951, mayors from both countries met in Geneva to establish the European Local Government Committee to facilitate city-level exchanges. And later on, the Fifth Republic in France was installed, and the Élysée Treaty was signed in 1963. And as a result of these changes, city-level partnerships between the two blocs came into being. And at that time, intercity partnerships had the importance of promoting reconstruction and reconciliation between countries. And at that time, at the regional level, these exchanges were influenced by the international relations, and they wanted to ease tension among different countries from different blocs. So when we take a look at these cases, you can see that there were some cities from the East Germany and West Germany, and from the Eastern Germany perspective, they wanted to gain legitimacy of their system by promoting intercity partnerships. Now, there are these differences in positions between West Germany and East Germany in the context of intra-Germany and between East and West Germany. Right after the division, the West Germany did not recognize East Germany as a proper state. So there was this Holstein doctrine, and West Germany promoted intra-Germany approach, and there was competition in promoting city-level exchanges for different purposes. And later, Willy Brandt's Ostpolitik was proposed, and the German Basic Agreement was signed. And following the normalization of diplomatic relations between the two Germanys, they were able to carry out more exchanges and cooperation, which was further extended by Helsinki Accord. Now, there were many different kinds of partnerships between Western cities and Eastern cities. And in 1970, 1987, the first official inner-city partnership was signed. Now, the Western Germany and Eastern Germany had different initial purposes and intentions, and because of economic differences and other differences between the two, there was some tensions and conflicts, but West Germany wanted to forge intercity partnership to restore shared history and ethnic homogeneity by enhancing interactions between cities. However, the East Germany wanted to gain legitimacy because they argued that inner-city partnership is forged between cities from different countries, and they also wanted to use these types of partnerships for economic benefits. Nevertheless, the influence of the West was something that the East Germany was afraid of. So at that time, the direct contact between citizens of these cities were not allowed, and there was only some limited exchange allowed. And as a result of these differences between East Germany and West Germany, initially, the inner-city partnerships were not very successful because East Germany was more focused on legitimacy, while the West Germany wanted to increase its influence over the East. Now, in order to explore exchanges and cooperation between the two Koreas, we need to take a look at some specific cases. As I mentioned before, the inner-city partnerships in Germany were influenced by the international contexts. And so you can see that there are five different periods depending on the division, normalization of diplomatic relations, and the fall of the Berlin Wall, and so on. So the first three periods were the initial periods, and the fourth period was the revitalization period, and the last one was the full-fledged period. And we took a look at the cases before the fall of the Berlin Wall. And we analyzed these cases because initially the inner-city partnerships were in the form of development aid and cooperation, and there were aids for supplies and economic resources. And here, by examining the German experiences, we can understand how a gradual peace-building process can be put in place, and this is something that we can pursue on the Korean Peninsula. In that light, we need to examine specific cases of how these inner-city partnerships were forged and fostered. Now, let's take a look at some of the cases. There were 62 cases that we examined to draw insights. And in particular, we can take a look at the partnership between Erlangen and Jena. As you can see on this map, there is Erlangen in Bayern, and there's Jena city on the east side, and there's distance of 270 kilometers. And they are geographically close to each other, and they have similar population, and they have also universities and other similarities between the two cities. So a partnership was pursued between the two cities back in 1970s. So specifically in 1970, Erlangen requested for a partnership, and then in 1986, Secretary Honecker of East Germany approved this partnership, and the agreement was signed in 1987. And what's interesting here is that initially, Kraust-Uhr proposed this partnership, and then the mayor supported this initiative. But then there were other politicians who were not happy about this, and the mayor was very active in convincing the other politicians. And they said that a partnership would be something that they could approve, but they were doubting the role of city partnership. And also they said that this type of city partnership was to promote citizen-level exchanges, and that was the argument that the mayor used to persuade other politicians. And for several years, there was no response from the East Germany, but letters were sent to Jena, and there were many continuous efforts to forge this partnership. So in the end, in 1986, with the mediation of another politician, the letter was finally delivered to Secretary Honecker of East Germany, and it was finally approved. And the City Council of Vienna also accepted this proposal. And this really shows the decision-making process in East Germany, and this helps us understand how this particular decision was made. And then there was another obstacle that they had to overcome in signing this formal partnership. There was a politician, a political dissident, and he wanted to participate in the signing process, but East Germany refused this because they were not happy about this East Germany politician that fled to West Germany. And there were many obstacles in the delegational negotiations, and some of the disagreements existed. And at that time, the then mayor called for an emergency meeting, and Yan was asked to be outside of the negotiation room, would only watch through the television. And with this kind of arrangement, the two cities were able to sign a formal agreement. And this was actually at that time criticized in the media because East Germany was trying to oppress the political differences. But there are many success factors. First of all, there was a strong will of the political leadership, and there was also a conviction of the citizens in the value of such exchanges between the two cities. Now, this city partnership was the fourth of its kind between the two Germanys. And between 1978 and 1989, there were 27 official exchange programs, and they included citizen exchanges. Even though citizen exchanges were not officially included, there were negotiations, and peace seminars were organized finally after much debate. And so even before the fall of the Berlin Wall, between 1987 and 1989, there were many programs where citizens from both cities were able to attend. So this is how the city partnership began. And after the Berlin Wall fell, there were explosive exchanges between the two cities. And they were able to begin citizen-level exchanges right away. And to give you some more details, there was this first trip organized by citizen groups, and many Jena citizens visited Erlangen, and a lot of money had to be spent on welcoming these citizens, and a total of 55,000 East Germans visited Erlangen, and 20,000 of them were from Jena, a city of 100,000 citizens. So this really shows how there was a lot of interest in these exchanges between the two cities. In addition, Erlangen provided administrative support to Jena and also offered a contact point called Kontaktbörse for civil exchanges. And at that time, there was a very large group of tourists coming to visit Erlangen from Jena. And many exchanges took place in many different areas, not only in the areas of culture and sports, but also in technology, economy, and academy and school-level exchanges continued. And such exchanges have been continuing even to date. For instance, there is a spin-off concept from the university-level exchanges, and college students were introduced to different ideologies of East Germany and West Germany. And there is also a technology cooperation center between the two, and Siemens and Zeiss. These companies were located in the cities, and there were examples of co-construction and cohabitation. So this means that the intercity partnership between Erlangen and Jena were not at the state government level partnership. This was rather a partnership at the citizen level. So this is quite significant. For instance, there was the very sudden fall of the Berlin Wall, and there was no master plan in place to prepare for this type of situation. However, at the city level, they had these environments, these systems, and these programs for exchanges. So city governments were able to provide such platform for people to engage in exchanges. And also, since 1990s, the citizens of the two cities have been holding commemoration of unification, and they're celebrating unification together. So this tradition of partnership and exchanges is quite meaningful because these really helped lessen fear and uncertainty of the citizens that citizens felt about the other side. And there were many partnerships concluded at the time of unification. Many of them were run by private organizations or they were cancelled. But the city-level partnership between Erlangen and Jena still continues to date. So let's discuss the implications. I discussed the significance and contribution of intercity partnerships in Germany, including the Jena-Erlangen partnership. And it really shows that there are these attempts that can be made to build peace gradually. Right after the Berlin Wall fall, there were many city-level partnerships, but we had these intercity partnerships that started even before the fall of the wall. So these frameworks for exchanges and cooperation at the city level were quite significant and valuable, and there was a lot of differentiation we can take note of. And it means that these city-level exchanges can make a significant contribution in promoting reconciliation and understanding. Right now, there are many citizens in Germany who are not happy about all these inequality. So there may be some increasing tension in Germany, but they still have these favorable memories of engaging in city-level exchanges. Between West Germany and East Germany, there was many antagonism and a lot of tension, but they still have the legacy of such division in Germany. So given these circumstances, you can see that partnerships can be a solution in overcoming the remaining legacy of the division. First of all, the exemplary cases of inner-city partnerships can make a great contribution because they promote cultural exchanges and sustain personal contact. And also, there may be misunderstanding from different systems, and citizens can engage in exchanges to better understand each other. And also, these city-level partnerships can help address the common challenges faced by different local communities. And finally, it also means that there are implications for international studies because a border or boundary is a space where we need to take a look at, and we can promote co-construction and cohabitation. And these notions can be applied in the Korean Peninsula by promoting cooperation and economic exchanges between the two Koreas as well. And this means that as a process of gradual peace building, the case of Erlangen and Jena is meaningful, and that is why the two cities received a peace award together. And there are more than 30 exchange programs between the two cities even today, and they've been deepening relations. And there are many youth exchanges between the two cities as well. This means that the next generation is engaged in exchanges, and I believe that this partnership will continue to prosper. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Park from Berlin. A wonderful presentation indeed.
As the moderator, I have to say that there is a timer that is looming large ahead of me, and I have to say that it is chasing us around the clock. So I'm going to go to our fourth presenter, Dr. Kim, Dr. Dongjin Kim from Trinity College Dublin. I'm sorry, sir, but I'd like to ask you to keep to the maximum of 15 minutes, but please do not feel confined by that. You can keep it to under 15 minutes. Please feel free. I know that you are calling us from Dublin, so I'd like to ask you all to please remind yourself that we are here in the evening hours here in Korea. Thank you very much. My name is Dongjin Kim of Trinity College, Dublin. I've just been introduced. We've had the 2018 summit, the US DPRK summit and the Inter-Korean summit, and that led to a lot of expectations for the peace process. But after the Hanoi derailment in 2019, we have seen a stalemate in inter-Korean relations in all of 2021, but this is not an everyday affair. After 1953, with the armistice and the joint statement and the basic agreement and the six-party talks and the joint statement of the six-party talks, where there are many different efforts, but we have seen a war situation in the Korean Peninsula for over 70 years. We have seen the rise of the peace process, and this is a terminology that started out of the Middle East peace process, and this is now being used comprehensively across many different conflict regions. It is evidenced by the word peace process, or the word process there shows us that this is not a fixed state of affairs, that there are many different phases or steps that we have to look about. And we have to also, this means that this necessitates the terminology peace building, and after the 1990s, this also started to be used widely in international community. According to Boutros Ghali's Agenda for Peace, the former Secretary General, this peace building was used there, and since then, peace building has been used widely. After peacemaking and peacekeeping, even without all of these things, we need to have reconciliation in these conflict-prone areas and continue to be in conflict areas. And we need to understand the structures at play and provide the necessary support to have a peace-building process. And this was something that John Paul Netherwork said, that even if we have a peace agreement, that if the community residents do not sincerely participate in the peace process, the peace agreement is just something on paper and that exists as such. For sustainable peace, we have to go beyond high-level processes and have bottom-up grassroots participation at the civic level. This means that even if we have many different signed papers between the two Koreas, if they are distant from the lives of the everyday citizens, then they cannot be sustainable. This means, once again, that the government's role for a peace regime and for institution building, if it only focuses on that and not on the civic nature, then we might lack sustainable power and staying power, because we also need to focus on capacity building at the grassroots level. Korean civil society, looking at the peace process, looked at unification movement, humanitarian support, and social and different movements and exchange, and also peace-building processes to some degree. However, with the stalemate in the peace process, we have turned to look at the peace processes of other regions, such as peace education or peace capacity building. There has been heightened interest in all of these different areas, and of that, many people have been looking at the Northern Ireland process. Although there is a big difference in the origin of the conflict and the disputes, the people, the history, and some of the different aspects of the conflict and the components are quite similar. So that is why many people are looking to the Northern Ireland region. After the first two world wars, Europe has looked at this situation, and it is not exporting their cases to other countries, but other countries that are going through conflict are sharing their stories together and engaging in exchange to try to come up with imaginative different solutions to conflicts. So this is a region-wide and region-led effort. With international development cooperation and in peace building, we often talk about capacity building, but this is a little bit of a different concept of capacity building, because this is not something that is brought in from somebody on the outside, but that different regions come together under the common understanding that they need capacity building, and through equal level exchange that their capacities can be built together. And this kind of mutual capacity building from the point of view of knowledge sharing is a little bit similar to the existing concept of capacity building, but as I mentioned before, it has more of an ownership for the people involved. And this can also lead to knowledge creation. and information creation, all of the constituents have ownership at stake. The participants can engage together, and they can do this for themselves and for each other, and this can also lead to a spirit of solidarity and cooperation in that regard. Thus far, when we look at peace and unification on the Korean Peninsula, we've typically looked at Germany, the German unification process, as mentioned by Ms. Park in her comments, because we've seen the Cold War structure and the division of the country. So, of course, Germany remains a country that provides a lot of implications to us, but we've seen the post-Cold War era come and go, and in Germany, the reunification has occurred over 30 years ago, which is why Korea can also look to other case stories. So right now, looking at peace processes, especially contemporary peace process peace studies, this can have implications for peace studies here in Korea, also especially when it looks at how the peace processes can impact the lives of ordinary citizens. And I think that if we look at Northern Ireland, this can have some implications for us. The Northern Ireland peace process I mentioned before, we've gone through colonialization, war, division. So it's a very interesting case study, comparative case study. These historical similarities can also lead some to say that Korea is the Ireland of Asia. In 1998, with the Good Friday or the Belfast Agreement, the processes leading up to the peace agreement brought a lot of outside interest to the process. However, with the peace agreement, the peace process continues to be ongoing even today, and this allows us to think of and reimagine many different possibilities. The Northern Ireland peace process I mentioned before and Korea have stark dissimilarities. The Korean Peninsula peace process is not about they look at different division of the two ethnic groups, and they have come from very different situations. But in the case of Northern Ireland, it's primarily a religious kind of division that occurred, and the two peoples were looking at very different objectives. And in Korea was a north-south division, whereas Northern Ireland was also a north-south, but also an internal division, and also the conflict with the UK. So an east-west division as well. And geopolitically speaking, the Korean Peninsula was still influenced by major powers, but Ireland has some favorable geopolitical factors at play. Despite that, Northern Ireland and the Korean Peninsula both were nation-states, and they've gone through wars, divisions, the pain of that, and they both needed a peace process, and that brings them very similar together. So if we were to be very simple, if you ask, what kind of flag do you want, or what flag would you absolutely resist above all? And that is the foremost conflict for both of the two countries. The peace process, the significant agreement that came out of Northern Ireland happened similarly in a similar time period in 1974 for Korea and the Sunningdale Communique for Northern Ireland. There were many different agreements from the Sunningdale Communique to the Good Friday Agreement, but many of these agreements continued to be signed and then canceled and then walked back on. So there's a lot of opposition back and forth. However, that led up to the peace process until the 1998 Good Friday Belfast Agreement. The Belfast Agreement was a kind of re-education for those people who went through all of the past processes. In the Good Friday Agreement, there was definitely a commitment to unification, but there was also the commitment to the principle of self-determination and to the majority rule, that these were the primary principles that would be at play. For Northern Ireland, most of the people who participated in the peace process, they all say of their direct experiences is that there were political positions and religious positions that we cannot meet eye to eye, but we can have reconciliation and we can meet eye to eye there. The unification of the Northern Ireland was not necessarily something that was looking at it from the territorial point of view, but on the people perspective. Therefore, this was brought into the peace agreement, looking at the people perspective, and the people brought together their commitment to decide to work together. Southern Ireland looked at their constitution and withdrew the clause in Northern Ireland. This was done with majority rule. And this was replaced by a commitment to unification. This was all done by the people's vote. But when there's mutual distrust, as we were able to see in Northern Ireland, the work that leads up to a peace process is not something that happens overnight. There is a very long trust-building process that is mandated. This trust-building process can come from an insecurity in the changes in the relationship, so that can be an existential crisis to many of the parties. If we look at the peace studies scholars of Northern Ireland, they see that many people have this insecurity about peace, not necessarily fear of war, but this insecurity when it comes to their peace. And this kind of new notion is shaping their peace studies. According to some other scholars, the collective identity is typically something that is built and existed and maintained depending on how we define ourselves versus others. And so, by our relationship definition and relationship struggles, that's how we know who we are. That means we know who we are by understanding who they are. And through this kind of dichotomy, this means that if the relationship between us and them changes, then this could impact our notion of security. This kind of threat to us through just change, through the concept of change, can be difficult for people. And so that they can continue to maintain antagonistic relations even if there is a threat of war because people are afraid of change. So we have to look beyond relationship changes in peace process because we perceive the others as an existential threat to us. In these regions, when there is this, we have to look at this issue of identity politics and the issue of identity. If we just focus on the physical aspect of peace process, then we would fail. In Northern Ireland, many CSOs try to look at social capacity building. Many different organizations, although they come from disparate points of view, try to discuss their differences and try to come to different social values that they can agree upon. So they might have different identities, and their constituents of different conflict groups can have different ideas, but they try to come together for hopeful change. After the First and Second World Wars, and through the conflicts in Northern Ireland, the civil society organizations in Northern Ireland try to see why people feel more comfortable when they're in a state of conflict and when they're not in a state of peace. So they try to look inwards and look existentially at the problem, and this led to a contribution to the peace process. This kind of experience with Northern Ireland's peace process was something that interested me, and one activist who visited Northern Ireland said something like this, that in South Korea, we were able to learn that we have to have a more openness to one another, but you cannot really say that you have a positive idea about North Korea. In Ireland, however, they found a space where they can engage with each other. And I think that this can be a good lesson to all of us, especially the government, that the citizens we cannot talk about peace without the people engaging in the process, because if we don't do that, then we will continue to not work over these identities that we have built up. One executive officer of humanitarian NGO said that I think the Irish experience is important in sharing lessons about why and how we deliberate, promote, and secure these common civic values for peace building. This is especially significant for civil society. The states would perceive and understand societies from the perspective of national interest, while civil society groups are value-oriented, interested in people's lives. CSOs are value-oriented and interested in people's lives, was how he ended the quote. If we look at education and peace building in conflict areas, we can see that This formed a pillar of Korea's and North Korea politics and policies. In Korea, many people see North Korea as a security threat and an existential threat, and this was true in Northern Ireland in the past. In Northern Ireland's peace monitoring report, despite the peace agreement, there was still bipolarization in society, and the conflict groups were still segregated. There was this peace wall that was there, and this peace wall had continued to go up. However, with this existential security dilemma, the existential threat is not a status quo, but our adaptability to change. And this is a new argument that has been growing up. After Cold War ended in 1980s, we were able to see that in international relations and domestic politics, there are many different changes that occur that were outside of individual control. And so, in this kind of existential crisis, we shouldn't try to see this as the status quo at hand, but we have to build up a resilience and adaptability to these different changes. Because if we are anxious and insecure about our existence, then that could perpetuate a security dilemma. But in fact, we can take it around and re-ask ourselves and continuously ask ourselves about our identity. And instead of depending on defining of the other to identify ourselves, we can look for an alternative identity. We have to go beyond our own individual context and try to experience some other spaces, and that can lead to a heightened possibility of this happening. So if we were to look at other conflict areas, this means that we can look at ourselves in a more introspective way. So Korean Peninsula and Northern Ireland, if we look at comparative studies, then we can see how we can go beyond this existential security problem and maybe perhaps come up with a new solution and maybe go beyond regional capacity building. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. You are joining us all the way from Dublin to be with us to give that presentation to tell us a little bit about the Northern Ireland peace process. So we've now heard from 4 speakers, and we also have 3 discussants.
첫 번째 토론자는 세종연구소 이면우 부소장님 모시도록 하겠습니다.
Our first discussant is Myun-woo Lee of the Se-hoon Institute.
As introduced, I am Myun-woo Lee from the Se-hoon Institute. Before I begin my discussion, as was mentioned earlier, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate you on the hosting of the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference, and thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I would also like to mention that the Se-hoon Institute is going to continue to work within this big and very meaningful framework, and it is quite meaningful that we are part of this consortium. And personally also, thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm quite happy that my institute is part of this very valuable consortium. We are running short on time, and I think I would only have about 5 minutes to offer my comments on the presentations. I submitted my comment paper, so I'd like to share with you some of my thoughts as I was listening to these presentations. I received the concept papers. These were rather summaries of the presentations. So I read these concept papers and then I listened to the presentations, and I find that there are some differences between the concept paper and the presentation. So in that sense, when you refer to my comment paper, this may not be comprehensive enough. And I'd like to mention that the presenters were quite comprehensive in giving their presentations. And at first I thought that these concept papers were not fully prepared, were not comprehensive. And then I had a chance to talk with Dr. Ho, part of the organizing committee, and I even asked whether these concept papers were interim reports or final reports. And now I learned that these presentations were quite comprehensive and well prepared.
So I will not comment on the paper that I submitted in advance. The order of the papers that I received is different from the order of the presentations. So I'd like to comment briefly on these research projects. The first of them is a concept paper presented by Mr. Morrison. Dr. Morrison, in his beginning of the presentation, mentioned that COVID-19 may not seem to be that relevant to peace, but I agree that, and I argue that COVID-19 is very relevant to the current situation. And in the concept paper, I was able to clearly understand the structure and the purpose of the research team and the research project and how this research project has been carried out. So it was very easy for me to understand the structure of the project and also the 4 composing elements of the project, which I believe are very timely and relevant. Nevertheless, I would like to mention that now we're still going through the COVID-19 pandemic. There are 2 big questions that popped up in my mind. One of them is, as was mentioned by Dr. Morrison, it's been almost 2 years and we still have the pandemic going on. It's not just about the reasons behind this pandemic, but why the pandemic is still going on. Why is this pandemic so prevalent even today after almost 2 years? It was not elaborated in the concept paper, maybe because it was a concept paper, but this is something that I'd like to learn more about. So if Dr. Morrison can add this aspect to this paper, it would be really nice. And maybe because I'm Korean, I may have this idea, but in the West, there are these reactions of people regarding the pandemic, and one of the things that I was quite shocked or surprised was why there were these people who didn't like to wear a mask in the Western cultures. It may be because of the Western culture or philosophy, but I wonder why some of these people in the Western countries were opposed to the mask mandate. So that was my second question. Now moving on to the second paper by Dr. Kim Dong-jin. And then I received the concept paper from Dr. Park. I don't have much time left, so I'd like to comment on both Dr. Kim's and Dr. Park's research together. In my comment paper, I raised several points and several questions. First of all, it was mainly about comparison or comparative research. So when you look at this issue of Korean unification, you may compare this to the inner city partnership in Germany and also the case of Northern Ireland. And of course, you can draw implications by examining these cases in Northern Ireland, also in Germany. But in order to do so, you should be able to offer a very specific comparison or a framework of comparison so that readers can understand what are the differences and similarities between, let's say, the German case versus the Korean case and the Northern Ireland case and the situation in North Korea. But of course, in the presentations, there was some mentioning of that, but I think that there should be more provision of the context for comparison or the framework of comparison, especially with respect to the research study conducted by Dr. Park. As she mentioned, there are more than 60 inner city partnerships, and she grouped them or categorized them, and I wonder about this categorization results. And of course, I know that this is a concept paper. It may not have everything in there, but depending on the categorization of these inner city partnerships, they may have different implications for Korea. So if you can share with us these specific categories that you use to divide these cases, it would be very helpful. And regarding Dr. Kim's research, as I mentioned again,
It was not easy for me to follow this concept paper because it seemed to say that civil society organizations in Korea are lacking capacity, and it seemed that this concept paper was emphasizing on that. And then I listened to your presentation, and I think that one of the big differences between your presentation and the concept paper is that you seem to try to talk about maintaining or keeping peace after we build peace. But in the concept paper, I was wondering about, I thought that the concept paper focused more on the process of building or creating peace rather than discussing how to maintain peace after it's achieved. And so that is why I was not able to easily understand how the Northern Ireland case could be compared to the Korean Peninsula situation, because we still have a lot of tension and conflict on the Korean Peninsula, unlike the Northern Ireland case. And finally, the concept paper submitted by Dr. Kang, I'd like to comment on that. It was very interesting, and I also enjoyed your presentation. When I read the concept paper, I wasn't sure whether I was understanding it correctly, but I knew that there were 3 different approaches to peace and how the 2 concepts of peace presented in the second part were related to the 3 different approaches, and I was wondering about specific examples. But in your presentation today, you were very effective in discussing the differences between these approaches and how these new concepts of peace can be applied. And what was interesting to me was, as I was listening to Dr. Kang, 2 points really emerged that I found quite interesting. It's not just about the presentation by Dr. Kang, but Dr. Kim and Dr. Park. They seem to have a very comprehensive approach to peace, but then they zoom in on to the Korean Peninsula only. And they are discussing diversity and pluralism and understanding. And they talk about peace in these contexts. But then once again, they end up focusing or zooming in on to the inter-Korean relations. But I think that we need to understand the larger context, because we're not only affected by the tension on the Korean Peninsula, but also the global order. For instance, we have many other challenges, including aging population and sustainable economic development and immigration issues. And these may lead to further social tensions. And in addition to that, there are these issues that we have with Japan. But when you think about Korea's development, I believe that our relations with Japan is very important as well. So when we make a contrast between peace and conflict, and when we discuss how to build peace, I think we should not only look at the Korean Peninsula, but extend our scope of discussion to include other challenges, because for instance, in Korea and also in Seoul City, when we discuss diplomacy, we tend to focus only on the inter-Korean relations or diplomacy in relations to North Korea, rather than expanding it to other areas. But I think that Korea has a lot of influence in the global community, and we need to extend our scope and our perspective, because we also have to deal with China and many other countries. And in Korea, we have this dichotomy or ideological conflict within Korean society. Of course, peace is a very important value that we need to uphold. But at the same time, we need to also take a look at the situations in Korea. And there are many important values that we need to maintain. So when we discuss peace, what kinds of value are we discussing? And what other values or core values do we need to promote? Because some of the existing values may be in opposition to or may be
네,
in conflict with
감사합니다.
peace. Thank you.
지금 앞에 시간이
Yes, so again,
less than
I
20 minutes,
see that we
20분 이내로
feel
진행을
that we
하도록
have less than
하겠고요.
20 minutes.
원래 이
Looking at the
토론이
clock in front of me
아까
again.
이박사님 말한
As
대로
mentioned
5분
before,
정도
I was going to give 5 minutes each to the discussants, but one person could not come, so I was going to give 10 minutes to the discussants. Please do not feel obligated to fill all of the 10 minutes because we also have to hear from the speakers. And we already have 2 questions on YouTube, so we have to pose the questions as well. So, Professor Daniel Connolly.
maximum 10 minutes.
Yes, I will try to be very quick because I know there's a lot of other discussions and questions to go. So I would like to also discuss the papers in the order that I read them because I found that there's also a very interesting kind of pattern that carries on through these documents. And we'll start off with Dr. Kang's paper. And for each paper, I'm going to talk about one important concept or finding that I think is really useful for better understanding peace in Korea and the world. And I'm also going to mention maybe one criticism or one limitation of each paper, or at least each concept note that I read. For Dr. Kang's paper, I really found this idea of everyday peace and agnostic peace really fascinating, especially in terms of everyday peace. If you think of as violence in our daily life as caused by divisions in societies, even you could argue about class divisions or gender discrimination, all sorts of divisions in life that create violence. And the role of cities in managing and mitigating everyday violence is very important because ultimately we live in cities, most of us. And the city is kind of where most of these everyday violences are encountered. And agnostic violence is also really important because it's this sense of peace as a process. And a peace as a process that is not comfortable. Agnostic peace suggests that living in a plurality is constant contestation and that we're never exactly comfortable. And when it came to Dr. Morrison's paper, I think this concept of everyday violence really applies because what he's talking about is violence not from a divided peninsula, but violence from a divided global health regime. And how can we fix this divided global health regime that's responsible for the violence and the deaths that we've experienced as a result of COVID? I do have one suggestion, though, about this research on COVID-19. You seem in the concept paper to suggest that it's largely the result of anarchical international relations, where states pursuing their self-interest kind of deliberately hobble the health regime. But I wonder if COVID is not also because of a breakdown in trust inside states, the trust of people in their authorities, the trust of people in medical experts more generally. So perhaps if this research, I know this is already undergoing, but maybe the question of trust in COVID-19, not only between states, but also within states, could be examined. And in fact, I found that Dr. Park's and Dr. Kim's research is directly about trust. How do we create trust in international relations? How do we create trust in societies? And I found that Dr. Kim's idea of ontological security was fascinating, that many elites are threatened by this process of experiencing other identities. So if you think about Dr. Kang's idea of agnostic peace, elites are threatened by the questioning, by the contestation. And how do we kind of reduce this ontological security dilemma is at the heart of patching divided societies. And it may even have applicability to international relations. Dr. Morrison talked about the Thucydides trap. Well, how can we apply agnostic peace to regional or international relations? Because that ontological security exists at the international level as well. If you think of Chinese policymakers, American policymakers, it's also at work. And that takes us to the last paper by Dr. Park, which starts with this fascinating idea of the physical divisions, the actual spatial divisions that people encounter, and looked at the intercity relationships. I think, and much like Dr. Lee suggested, I think you make a really convincing case about Germany, but how relevant are those case studies to the divided peninsula today? You know, if you think about Seoul, it has a GDP greater than many countries. So how can South Korean cities overcome this asymmetry when dealing with North Korean cities? If you think about this ontological fear that North Korean elites feel, they're going to feel that even more because South Korea is obviously much more prosperous, much more developed, whereas East and West Germany, that gap was not as extreme, I believe. And hopefully you have my paper with my comments because we're running low on time. So thank you very much for the fascinating papers.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very
시간을
much
잘 지키셔서
for keeping time and keeping your comments short. Thank you.
저희 세 번째
Now,
카메라맨,
finally, I'd like to invite Dr. Dean Brendan Howe from Ewha Women's University.
브렌단 하우 교수님 모시겠습니다.
So, Professor Howe, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to such an illustrious gathering, and my thanks to the excellent presenters for giving us all so much to think about. I do find myself in the last presenter trap, where running short on minutes, but also running short on people's attention maybe. So I'll try to address the presentations in the order they were given, first of all individually, and then collectively with a few comments I have at the end. So starting with Professor Kang's emphasis on the roles of non-state actors and non-traditional peace building from the bottom up rather than the top down, and the extent to which this offers practical implications for Seoul and South Korea in their endeavor to promote and consolidate peace or pieces relevant to security, people's well-being, and social reconciliation. Professor Kang called attention to the fact that not only the state-centric instruments of peace building on the Korean Peninsula have focused almost exclusively on traditional methodologies and situational peace, but this has also been true of non-state and sub-state entities. And I'm substantially in agreement with this analysis, as I am actually with the analysis of most of the presenters, if not all the presenters, and I applaud the efforts to understand the local government's role through post-liberalism, represented by different peace conceptions with from-below perspectives. This already is a very broad project, but I'm wondering if it's broad enough. Maybe we can cast the net wider. First, although Professor Kang is correct in showing how peace-building conceptualization on and in the Korean Peninsula has been mostly stuck at the traditional state-centric levels of power political or liberal top-down peace-building, the project should also perhaps address the reaction against the romanticizing of the local. Recent literature has reacted against the notion that localized bottom-up traditions and methodologies are intrinsically better for peace. So we need evaluations of the potential input from, but also shortcomings of the traditional liberal perspectives. But we need input from and shortcomings of critical, post-structural, post-colonial perspectives. And this has led to the conceptualization of hybridity in peace building, which I don't think was in the concept paper, but was touched upon in the presentation. And I think we need to look more at the intersection between the traditional and the non-traditional, the top-down and the bottom-up. In addition, in my own work in the field, I've encountered considerable pushback from state actors who claim it's impractical or even dangerous to take a bottom-up approach or a societal approach. And of course, in Korea and other countries in the region, there's a societal resistance to empowering minorities or promoting diversity. So I'd appreciate Professor Kang's thoughts on how to deal with these challenges if he has any time left at the end of this session. Professor Morrison's project likewise looks at the failure of the old when addressing the efforts by the global health regime to address the COVID-19 pandemic. It seeks to identify gaps and propose solutions to strengthen the global architecture. Professor Morrison also addresses the linkage between pandemics and violence, or pandemics and conflict. I'd like to direct the discussion to the promise of the new, however, newly empowered actors with a humanitarian interest or imperative, whether in addressing pandemics or building peace. These include middle powers with a niche diplomatic focus on humanitarian issues and interests in being portrayed as a good global citizen, as well as the growing might of civil society as a result of the information and communication technology revolution, and their ability to shame the old actors and their inaction. So I'm wondering what Professor Morrison's thoughts are about the input of the new. In particular, the fact that he talked about WHO donors and funding. Well, the United States is the largest donor to the WHO, but the rest of the top 10 is rounded out by civil society organizations and powers, middling powers, should we say, not middle powers, because some of these powers may be upset at being called a middle power, but powers of the second tier of traditional security might. Furthermore, I'd like to expand the discussion of spillover between different challenges to global governance and human security. Not just the intersection between pandemics and violence or conflict, but also the complex web of insecurities which involve the great challenges of climate change, natural disasters, and the humanitarian crisis of refugees and forced migrants. Vaccine equity was highlighted in the presentation as one of the most important concepts here, but that's because we're looking at the impact on already vulnerable individuals and groups. In the third presentation, Dr. Park also focused on non-state-centric peace building, looking at intercity partnerships in Germany and Korea, emphasizing a gradualist rather than big bang approach, noting that intercity partnerships strengthen understanding, cooperation and reconciliation through exchanges on a regional level as nations strive to reconstruct and unify themselves. And that these partnerships can manifest in the form of human, physical and regional exchanges. Again, I would like to emphasize that a potentially crucial element here is hybridity. I would like to ask Dr. Park how best we may combine the traditional top-down state-centric perspectives with the new bottom-up non-state-centric perspectives. Also in a situation such as we find on the Korean Peninsula, where the national government is preoccupied with the geopolitics and national existential threats, as Professor Lee was pointing out, how do we convince national authorities to grant city and provincial governments, as well as civil society actors, the policy space necessary within which to make meaningful contributions? Very different situations endure between East and West Germany and North and South Korea, but also within these countries, within these polities. South Korea is very different from West Germany, for instance. Professor Kim has likewise highlighted how a sustainable peace-building strategy requires genuine spaces of accessible public engagement and coordination of multiple activities and multiple roles at multiple levels, rather than focusing only on government-level negotiations. A process focus, if you like. He seeks to draw lessons from the Irish peace process in order to apply it to the Korean Peninsula. Again, I find myself substantially in agreement with the presenter, perhaps not surprisingly so as we go back a fair way. He emphasized the importance of capacity building and ownership. I do feel, however, that as a discussant, I must also play something of a devil's advocate. While praising the role of civil society, we must also explore the caveat that civil society empowerment can, through the processes of securitization, negatively impact on the peace process. The same can be said of the democratization of information through the information communication technology revolution. Just look at what happened in Myanmar with regard to the Rohingya. Just look at the securitization of refugees globally, but including it in South Korea. The role of society is not always positive, and the social construction of peace and conflict can go in both directions. So how would Professor Kim address these potential negative consequences of societal engagement? So finally, the questions that I'd like all of our presenters to consider. First, under conditions of continued state centricity, especially to be found in East Asia, how can non-state-centric actors and approaches best be empowered? Second, what are the dangers and shortcomings of societal impacts upon peace building, and how best can they be ensured against? And thirdly, what hope is there for hybridity on the Korean Peninsula? Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 브랜든 하우 학장님.
Thank you very much, Dean Howe.
이세 분의 토론자가
We've just heard from the three discussants, and they have commented on all of the four presentations. They have raised questions and gave comments, but if we were to explore all of them, I don't think that any of us would be going home tonight. So
핵심적이고
we would like to ask these speakers to provide concise responses within a couple of minutes, that is to say 2 to 3 minutes, to some of the key points that have been raised. And before we listen to those responses, we also have 2 questions on the YouTube platform. So we would like to ask the speakers to incorporate these questions into their responses as well.
제 화면에
So
올라오고 있는 주인 같은데
I think they are going to feed me the questions on the screen.
일단 온라인 Q&A 없이 세션 종료 부탁드린다고.
Okay, it appears that the organizers want us to do away with the YouTube questions, but we still have to turn to the speakers. Yes or no? We're not going to listen to the speakers at all.
스피커 답변만.
Okay, so we would just
질문은
hear the responses from the speakers, but do away with the YouTube questions. We're very sorry about that. We'd like to ask Dr. Kang first.
네. 시간이 없기 때문에
I know we're running short on time, so I'd like to address some of the questions. These questions are very valuable, and I read the comment papers as well. Thank you very much for your input and your feedback. Thank you very much. Dr. A. Lee and Dr. Connolly
컨셉 페이퍼에 해주신
discussed
어떻게 보면 브로드한
the broad
가치라고 하는 것은 평화를 이야기하는 데 있어서
comments that in discussing peace, why are we just focusing on the Korean Peninsula? I think this is a very important point, because peace is something that we should discuss beyond the Korean Peninsula context, because it has implications not only for the Korean Peninsula, but for other issues. We have gender issues, we have social conflicts, and we have generational conflicts in our society as well, so we need to include them as well in our discourse. But at the same time, we also need to understand why this division structure and the division experience influences our social phenomena. There are many connections we need to make additionally. So I think that this is the kind of research that we need to begin in earnest from now on. When we began our research, we started with various approaches to peace, and we were not just focusing on the Korean Peninsula, but we wanted to understand the impact of the division structure and the impact of the division experience on the experiences of the constituents and the citizens, and how different notions of peace can be connected to the current realities on the Korean Peninsula, and how we can promote peace from different perspectives. And especially the Professor Connolly, thank you very much for your feedback. He said that division, how is division related to social issues? And we have to look at the history. For the past 70 years, there was this anti-communism propaganda in Korean society, and this may have something that we can further discuss. And Dean Howe mentioned that there's this notion of hybridity, and this notion is very meaningful and relevant. But as I mentioned before, and this research project is very comprehensive, very broad. So I thought that we had to draw a line at some point, because we won't be able to include everything. And before we discuss hybridity, I think we have to first examine and receive criticism on this existing approach. We still do not have enough of the local level discourse on peace. and how we can incorporate newer approaches. And if we are to jump to hybridity, then it may be a little too much or overwhelming right now. So I thought that we could examine these approaches before we move on to that level. Thank you.
Yes, you can't see this, but the time's up light is flickering incessantly before my eyes. So as moderator, I feel very much uncomfortable right now. I'd like to stress upon our speakers that they don't have to feel the need to respond to all of the questions. Mr. Morrison?
The pandemic is still going on, and he's very optimistic. I think the big question is why the pandemic was not contained at the beginning. And the answer to that is, and it was contained in places that did use masks, that did have effective contact tracing, which did have effective social distancing. Korea was one of those places. But in Europe and in the Americas, other parts of the world, there were lots of reasons this didn't happen. Some were cultural, some were political, some were because of the governance systems, many different branches of government. Trust, I think, was indeed a very big factor. And the problem with empowerment is that the biggest group that is empowered are people who are providing misinformation over the social media. And it's amazing how many people are listening to those people and believing them. And so empowerment is not something that always happens for the good. They have a very state-centric focus, actually. And the reason is that only states can make legal, authoritative, binding commitments. And only states really have the resources to manage the problem. But you want to bring in all stakeholders. And so that's a key part of building a hybrid institution and regime in the modern world. And I think middle powers have a great role to play. If one big power says something, the other big power will oppose it. But middle powers have an opportunity, especially if they get together, to help set values and to help bring progress. So that's my comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Park Ji-yeon, please.
Can you hear me now? Thank you very much for the comments. First of all, Professor Connolly and Dr. Lee, I'd like to respond to their comments, and then I'll move on to responding to the comments by Professor Howe. First of all, as we look for ways to build peace, we first take a look at the reality and the current situations and the challenges, and then we look for ways to overcome these challenges. Now, when we look at the reality on the Korean Peninsula, bottom-up approach is unimaginable, and the top-down approach has limitations already. Now, the Inter-Korean Cooperation Act was revised to allow local governments to take part and play a role. Then how can we tap into these opportunities? This is a big question. And as we were conducting research, we wanted to look at some of the cases because we saw that regional exchanges could play a part. And these cases were realized after the division, which were known to the public. But we found that there were many partnership cases before the division that began to have influence, and they had a lot of potential. And as in the case of the relations between East Germany and West Germany, and also relations between France and Germany, the relations were not favorable, but still they pursued regional exchanges despite these state-level conflicts. And we wanted to understand how city-level partnerships were formed, and there are a total of 62 cases. And we conducted an analysis to draw similarities and differences, and then we had these 5 exemplary cases that I covered in my presentation. Once again, I believe that the lesson here is that the utopian, so-called utopian vision played a part in realizing and implementing regional exchanges when everyone thought that it was not possible. And I think that these would create or trigger some new momentum. So from that perspective, we wanted to examine these past cases. Of course, this may not be an apple-to-apple comparison when you compare these cases to the situations in the Korean Peninsula. So not so much for the sake of comparison, but we wanted to argue that there are possibilities and opportunities that could be created by promoting regional exchanges. And this is something that we're doing right now to create scenarios for city governments to play a part. And that is actually related to what I would like to say about the comments provided by Professor Hao. Now, we're not looking for ideal or perfect answers because there may not be such realistically comparable cases. But if we are to look for some options or some choices we can ponder upon, this inner city partnerships in Germany could be a good case in point. And this shows that there's no division between the central government and the local government, and rather the regional government and the central government can work together. And these inner city partnerships performed, and they worked well within the state government frameworks. And because of these successful cases, they were able to make contributions in promoting reconciliation and restoring homogeneity after the division was over. So I think that these cases really show us that there are potential scenarios that we can imagine, and we have to open up our imagination and apply them in the Korean Peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time is up on the additional 5 minutes that have been given to us. Lastly, I'd like to turn to Dr. Kim. Yes, in the interest of time, I'm also going to keep my remarks short as well. I agree with the points raised by the 3 discussants, and I will work to better improve my research and reflect your points there. In fact, Dr. Park spoke ahead of me, and she raised the points that I wanted to raise. So I just want to add one point. There are many different cases. Dean Howe talked about civil society as well, so it's not always positive when we bring in civil society. So I think that if we look at many different case studies and compare ourselves against them, this can allow us a space to reflect upon ourselves, which is why I think that we can rethink the significance of comparative studies. And again, as I mentioned in the discussion points that you've raised, I will try to reflect most of them into my research. Thank you very much for joining us all the way from Dublin. The Korean proverb says that the beginning is really half the battle. So I believe that this is the first Seoul Peace Initiative Conference. I believe that the Jeju Peace Forum is the only other one of its kind where it is branded with the region, the municipality with the Peace Studies Forum, and now we have one with Seoul. When we talk about peace, it's not just a passive form of peace where there's no military conflict, but as Mr. Morrison has said, if we can be free from the threats of such likes as COVID-19, that can also postulate to peace for us as well. So perhaps next year we can have a more comprehensive dialogue, perhaps with the inclusion of security, to tell the world about the brand that is Seoul. With that, we'd like to conclude the first session. Thank you very much.
네, 좌장님과 발표자, 토론자분들 다시 한번 너무나도 감사합니다. 이렇게 시간을 촉박하게 드려서 다시 한번 죄송하고요. 저희가 내년부터는 조금 더 시간을 분배해 드리도록 하겠습니다. So thank you once again, our moderator and our presenters and discussants. Excuse us for not giving you enough time. We will consider that later on in our second SPIC conference. 네, 저희는 잠시 쉬었다가 8시 50분부터 동북아와 서울의 미래 세션으로 다시 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. We will take a very short break and we'll resume at 8:50 p.m. Korea Standard Time with the future of Northeast Asia and Seoul. Thank you very much and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our session 2. And session 2 will be held under the theme Future of Northeast Asia and Seoul. We're going to be having various presentations and discussions, so we ask you to please participate on our YouTube channel. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them on the chat function down below. And of course, if you are selected to deliver any questions, we will also be providing gifts for you. So please do post your comments and questions on the chat function. And now this session will be chaired by Professor In-Hui Park from Ewha Women's University, the Division of International Studies. With that, I turn the microphone over to Professor Park.
Thank you. Welcome to the session under the title of The Future of Northeast Asia and Seoul. Again, I am teaching at Ewha Women's University in the field of international relations. Well, based on the very meaningful and productive discussion that we had in the previous session, let's continue, to think about the peace and the regional stability of Northeast Asia. And this is the very hybrid type of the conference. We have one speaker and another one discussant in the stage, and we have two speakers and two discussants on the screen. Very well organized session. Thank you for all the people who prepared the conference carefully. We have very comprehensive issues, including North Korean issue, Northeast Asian regional stability, and public health, and nuclear issue, and etc., etc. Not only for the academic discussion, but also I really hope, in terms of the policy suggestion as well, in terms of the, outcomes of the discussion that we have today. Okay, let's begin. Can you hear me? Someone over Sydney and DC, and great, and Harvard and Berkeley. Okay, good. Okay, good to see you again over the screen. Let's begin. Professor Peter Hayes for your presentation under the title of the Reducing the Risk of Nuclear Weapons Use in Northeast Asia project. He is a globally well-known scholar in terms of the security issues. He was North Korea more than 7 times, globally renowned North Korean expert. He retired from Sydney University, and also currently he is a director from Nautilus Institute in Berkeley. Okay, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes, Professor Hayes.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I'm sorry to have to address such a dismal topic in the 21st century. This seems ridiculous to me that we're still dealing with nuclear weapons when we have such critical issues of existential threats such as climate change, pandemics, and many other insecurities to worry about. But here we are, because nuclear weapons is actually one of the threats that could actually bring on the other existential threats even faster than they would otherwise do. So it's very important we pay attention to it, especially in this region. Now, this project is a 3-year project. It's a collaboration between a number of parties I'll come to in a moment. And this presentation will cover the first year of work, which is nearly complete. The goal of this project is to define a plausible set of use cases for nuclear weapons in a nuclear conflict in or involving the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia more broadly. In the second year, to look at the direct and indirect effects of nuclear detonations in the nuclear use cases, both immediate, downwind, and over time. And then in the third year, and of course starting now where we can, to point out the policy implications of the results from year 1 and 2. It's a collaboration between my own institute, Nautilus, which is US and Australia, the Research Center for Nuclear Weapons Abolition at Nagasaki University, and its panel on peace and security of Northeast Asia, and the Asia Pacific Leadership Network based in Seoul. We have already commissioned 12 expert papers on the nuclear use cases to help us frame those for the quantitative modeling that will go on starting early next year. We've held a consultative group meeting of about 30 experts. And to give you a sense of the range here, I think this is important. We don't just have what I'll call people on the left and in the internationalist wing of the peace movement. We have a nuclear physicist from the Korean military working on what they expect North Korea might use against it. We have a strategic command Indo-Pacific strategy expert. We have a hibakusha from Nagasaki. We have people from Russia, from China, from Europe. This is a very wide-ranging group, and we have people who I would put on the right and who are extremely skeptical of those who want to conduct arms control and disarmament in this region. We have many voices, and we're paying attention to all of them. As I said, the first year is to prepare the draft use cases that I will come to in this presentation. We've already reviewed those draft use cases at a PSNA meeting in October, and we're now at the point of revising and finalizing those use cases. So the objectives, as I mentioned, are to figure out how nuclear weapons might be used, how might escalation occur, who might use them first, what are the possible consequences, and what can we do to avoid all this. And the reason we're doing this is that we perceive the region to be in a strategic drift, not just with respect to North Korea, but also with respect to the rapid modernization and increasing deployments of nuclear weapons by China, Russia, the United States, not just North Korea, and with the threat of proliferation in the time frame of our nuclear use case analysis, which is 2025 to 2030. I won't go through the setting for reasons of time. You all know the basics. China, Russia, North Korea, and the United States have between them thousands down to a few score nuclear weapons, very different scales, very asymmetric in terms of capacity, delivery, and threat. And we have 2 states plus Taiwan who have either explored in the past obtaining nuclear weapons and abandoned that proliferation, or have expressed interest in certain respects, plus non-state actors in this region who have attempted to gain and use WMD in the past, both nuclear and chemical in the case of Shinrikyo in Japan. A use case here is defined as an actual detonation of one or more nuclear weapons. We're not actually analyzing primarily the use of deterrence-related threats, although they may be involved in the specification of a use case. We're specifically talking about the military use of actual nuclear detonations. Each use case has certain elements: a triggering event, an actual first use, an evolution of the conflict, a use case consequence that has to be actually quantitatively as well as qualitatively estimated, and a set of uncertainties, ultimate outcomes, and policy lessons. Now, in an important paper which we'll be publishing by Paul Davis and Bruce Bennett at RAND in San Diego, they analyze the use case framework and propose that there are 3 types of first nuclear use. One is simple mistakes, technical mistakes, misperceptions, miscommunications. The second is unintended escalation in conflict for one reason or another, such as command and control events that go awry. And then the third is purposeful first use, of which there are quite a few varieties. The interesting thing that we've discovered in going into the use cases is that it's a mistake to try and allocate use cases to one or other of these simple categories. All three elements probably coexist in almost all the use cases. And so it's a mistake to try and cram them into boxes for the purposes of policy analysis, which is the inclination, I have to say, of some policymakers. They want to know what are the most probable and what are the most intentional, because they think they can turn those off. Whereas what we want to know is, what don't we know? We want to focus on where nuclear use case could happen, because we don't have a good idea of that kind of event or pathway. There are a number of actors. They're pretty obvious: the nuclear weapons states plus non-state actors. And we've come up with a number of actual use cases for each of these parties. North Korea is the one that is perhaps on many people's mind, but they're only one potential first user. And again, for reasons of time, I won't go into all the detail here, but an essential element of each of the use cases for North Korea and for all the use cases is plausibility. Provided we can think through and visualize a pathway that's plausible and leads to first use because of fear of an adversary using them first, or for some other coercive reason, and there is some rationality to that first use, then it's sufficiently plausible, provided they have the capacity to implement it and the stakes seem sufficient, for that use case to be put into this taxonomy. And at the end of the day, we never know how a use case will end. Will it escalate to a wider nuclear war? Will it terminate almost immediately? The question of how you turn it off is always an important one if you're looking at limited nuclear wars conceptually. But we can, at least with North Korea, come up with 4 different use cases. The United States, of course, is also a plausible first user, especially as it's the only state to have used nuclear weapons in war in World War II. And there are a number of potential use cases in Korea where we think the United States could plausibly move to use nuclear weapons, including a preventive and preemptive strike on North Korean nuclear weapons systems, including attacks on the leadership with nuclear weapons, including what we call leadership hubris, that they're overconfident as to what they can actually achieve with nuclear weapons, or in response to what is perceived to be egregious North Korean nuclear exports that leads to a nuclear attack on the United States. And again, there are many uncertainties in these, but the fact is that quite conservative analysts have come up with the fact that it could be the United States that uses them first. This will not be news, of course, to North Koreans. That's what they think all the time. But often Americans are unable to think of themselves as first user. And I think this is a good antidote to that kind of self-referential thinking. And in fact, we have quite a few use cases in which the United States is the first user. But there are others as well. We can also think of Chinese, Russian use cases, particularly in the case of the Taiwan Straits, where China might be the first to use nuclear weapons. We can also think of the Russians using nuclear weapons if they're put under too much pressure with respect to the submarine bastions for their ballistic missile firing submarines in the Sea of Okhotsk, and beyond. And we can also perceive of proliferation activity involving Japan, possibly South Korea in our time frame, where they too would be the first to use nuclear weapons. We were surprised at how easy it was to come up with plausible, apparently outlying in many instances, use cases. And it made me think of this event in the middle of last year in England, where this white cliff, which had been there for many, many years, one day collapsed. And no one was expecting this cliff to collapse. It just fell over. And in a sense, we think that the nuclear weaponeers and the commanders on all sides have far too much faith and far too much confidence in their control over these weapons and the various escalation pathways, that they're dancing on the precipice of nuclear war at great risk. And the funny thing about this event of this cliff fall was no less than 2 days later, this couple were found to be sitting on the very edge of where the cliff had fallen. So we are worried that a limited nuclear war would not necessarily be the end of the matter. It might have enormous portent for the world, but states might choose to go back and even double down on nuclear weapons after a quote unquote small nuclear war, maybe a demonstration shot that one or other party used without severe damage. This might then induce others to actually accelerate their proliferation. So the stakes seem to be enormously high in this region. There are a certain number of similarities and differences in the use cases that we've already discovered. Many of them involve, as you might expect, misinterpretation of another's actions. Many occur when leaderships are distracted. Many arise because of the compression of time for the decision-making or the lack of communication. And they also arise because of the differences in the weapon systems themselves and the arsenals, because they have very different means of delivery. There's real asymmetry in the weapons, particularly where they're dual use, where they're both nuclear and conventional weapons on submarines, for example, in the case of the United States, or in the case of Chinese intermediate range missiles, the communications media and the warheads are conventional and nuclear on the same missiles, which creates great difficulty for adversarial states in figuring out what a strike message might mean, especially if missiles are on the move. There's some obvious initial policy lessons. One is we need to keep lines of communication open at all times between adversaries, and this particularly might mean the creation of nuclear hotlines on a much more systematic and harmonized basis between states. We should aim for much higher levels of transparency in nuclear forces and operations and in intentions. And we should start to have much stricter regulation and international standards for nuclear command and control over these nuclear forces in this region. And we should expect that things are going to go wrong at the nuclear brink rather than wait for it to happen and pray that we somehow improvise our way out of crisis. Next year, we'll be going into the modeling. The year after, we'll be going into the policy work. So this work will be going on for 3 years, and we look forward to any questions and any other sister organizations who would like to contact us. We greatly welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hayes. I'm going to expect very energetic discussion by Dr. Kim later. Okay, this is a conference, a kind of the collaboration by all the leading think tanks in international society. Now we have another expert from Asia Society. Let me introduce Ms. Mary K. Magistad. She studied in the University of Success in Northwest. I was, what a coincidence, I was Northwestern between 95 to 2000, okay, anyway. She has a very attractive, interesting career in media, and she covered a lot of issues, in particular, you know, right, China and East Asia, and you know, all the regional key subject in Asia. Okay, so you have 15 minutes, Ms. Magistrat. Okay, 15 minutes.
Thank you. So yeah, I was a correspondent based in Beijing for 15 years and in Southeast Asia for 7 years before that. And I not only covered all of, you know, I've reported in every Chinese province, often many times, but also in pretty much all of the countries around China. So I had a focus on how China's neighbors see China's rise, as well as how China sees itself, China's leaders and Chinese people. So I'm going to focus a little on that in this presentation. And one second. There we go. So there is something of a gap between how China sees its approach to regional peace and security and how its neighbors see China's approach to regional peace and security. Let's start with what Xi Jinping has said. China has never and will never invade or bully others or seek hegemony. It may not be intuitively obvious that that's the case because, you know, in recent months and years, China has recently tested a new hypersonic missile designed to evade US nuclear defenses that might protect some of China's neighbors from invasion or attack. China has flown hundreds of military sorties near Taiwan. It's strengthened its military capacity in the South China Sea while harassing and occasionally ramming vessels belonging to citizens of other sovereign claimants to those waters. It's taken military action to seize control of disputed territory on its borders with India and Bhutan, and it's reneged on its promise to let Hong Kong remain autonomous until 2047. But still, there is this framing that China has for itself. It's unclear how much China's leaders truly believe this and how much this is rhetoric that is designed to soothe regional and global concerns, to give China time to gain as much geopolitical advantage as possible with as little resistance as possible in what may be a narrow window of opportunity, given that China's GDP growth is slowing, its productivity is declining, its internal debt is mounting, and its population is aging while its workforce is shrinking. But let's give China's leaders the benefit of the doubt and look at how things might look from their perspective and what argument they'd make for how China is contributing to regional and global peace and security. So they would argue that China's trade and investment, especially in infrastructure, has helped economies grow in what were some of the world's poorest and most isolated countries like Cambodia and Ethiopia. On the saving the planet from climate change side, China's mass manufacturing of solar panels has helped drive down the cost of solar energy globally, and renewable energy now makes up about a quarter of China's energy mix. And while China gets criticized a lot for continuing to increase its use of coal in absolute terms, and indeed is in the midst of increasing coal production to meet domestic demand, the percentage of its coal use in China's energy mix has actually gone down from close to 70% a decade ago to just under 57% now. On the digital side, Xi Jinping said last month in a speech to the Chinese Communist Party Politburo that China's tech and digital sectors, including 5G, are, quote, a key force in reshaping the global economic structure and changing the global competitive landscape, in part by making these technologies available faster, more broadly, and more cheaply, though it must be said, with China's norms and standards embedded in those technologies and with China's security apparatus having access to all that data. Also on peace and security, China's leaders would point to China's advocacy for a more multilateral order, where Asians can decide their own futures and the developed West doesn't have disproportionate influence on the rest of the world. Of course, in Asia in general and East Asia in particular, China sees itself as a natural leader and sees its one-party authoritarian system as being a superior system, even though a superior system to messy democracies, even though China has recently gotten rid of its term limits on leaders. And embedded in China's view of its own history is the assumption that China, the Middle Kingdom, rightly should be the center of gravity, at least in the region and possibly beyond, with China pursuing and protecting what it sees as its geopolitical interests, even at the expense of its neighbors' interests, that this is just how it goes. As China's now top foreign policy official, then foreign minister, Yang Jiechi, famously said at an ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations meeting in 2010, China is a big country and other countries are small countries, and that's just a fact. So that's China's view. Elsewhere in the region, regional peace and security mean different things to different Asian powers. For most, it means avoiding war while protecting their own interests. For Taiwan, it means not being unwillingly absorbed by the People's Republic of China. Almost 90% of Taiwanese said in a September poll that they want the status quo. They don't want to be absorbed by China, nor do they want to declare official independence because that could provoke a Chinese attack. For many Southeast Asians, peace and security means being able to focus on trade and economic growth and improving quality of life. And for South China Sea claimants, it means having international law backed by international action, supporting a fair adjudication of claims, rather than having the region's biggest power ignore international law, rulings, and precedent, and create a new reality by fait accompli. Japan has a similar situation in the East China Sea with its self-defense forces also standing ready to work with the United States to preserve a free and open Indo-Pacific. And for the Republic of Korea, regional peace and security means in part successfully managing its relationship with North Korea, as well as its complex relationships with China and the United States, including being a treaty ally of the US that could result in it getting drawn into a regional conflict, perhaps over Taiwan alongside the United States. So many, if not all, of these, of China's neighbors look at China's current military posture in the region, including its building up of islands and a new military base in the South China Sea, as being disruptive to regional peace and stability. But going back to China's point of view, China is trying to build what it has called a community of common destiny. And this is actually drawing inspiration from China's ancient tributary system, and this longstanding belief that many Chinese have, but certainly China's Communist Party has, that this is China's century. And this is kind of in concert with rhetoric within China, that there is this China dream. The dream is for China to be great again in the world, and that all Chinese should get behind it, and that this dream of national glory comes before the individual preferences or rights within China. There's a certain sense of both of the inevitability of this happening, and also there's sort of a sense of grievance within China that this should have happened long ago. And to try to make this a reality going forward, China has been working in many ways around the world to try to get China's norms, values, preferences, and what it calls its core values embedded in how the United Nations works and how international norms and standards are considered and are implemented. One of the ways that China uses leverage globally to try to get other countries to come on board is through economic leverage, is through trade and investment that gives some political leverage. And the signature approach with that is China's Belt and Road Initiative, about which I just did a podcast where I traveled to 5 continents and looked at how different countries were looking at China's global ambition and the impact it was having in those places. So some 140 countries have signed on to the Belt and Road. Some $600 billion at least in loans have been given out. But those loans are not just a sign of China's benevolence. They are loans. They are expected to be paid back. And a very interesting report from a group called Aid Data, which is with William and Mary in the United States College. It looked at 13,000 of these cases of Chinese investment and found that within the loan terms, first of all, they were very opaque. They were often required to be kept secret. But in addition to that, there were sometimes clauses, there were quite often clauses that said that if a country did something, the recipient country did something that was against China's interests, that the Chinese loan giver of the loan could call in the loan, basically in full. So there's always this leverage that's there. And even without those clauses, in other trade relationships, China has shown, including with South Korea and Australia, that it is willing to use the interdependence that many countries now have on China to gain political advantage when China feels that that country is not acting in China's interests. Another approach that China uses to try to increase its advantage in the international system is to negotiate bilaterally and to avoid what China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi has called bloc confrontation, which he said is a zero-sum game that reflects the Cold War mentality. It has long before failed to meet the expectation of countries for peace, development, and cooperation. But there's something else going on here, as I alluded to in my opening comments, and that is that China is in a point right now where the window of opportunity to gain what China feels is rightfully its position in the region and the world, the window may be closing because, as I said, China's GDP is slowing, its population aging, its debt to GDP ratio is growing. And this could potentially cause a problem, not just for China, but for the world. And there's an interesting article that appeared in Foreign Policy in September by Hal Brands and Michael Beckley that's alluded to here in this slide, in which they said that basically there has been a pattern in history, doesn't mean that it has to be repeated here, but there is a pattern, that countries that have these expectations and they reach a certain plateau and then feel frustrated, sometimes react in ways that aren't always in the best interests of global peace and security. So to quote from their article, over the past 150 years, peaking powers, great powers that had been growing dramatically faster than the world average and then suffered a severe prolonged slowdown, usually don't fade quietly. Rather, they become brash and aggressive. They suppress dissent at home and try to regain economic momentum by creating exclusive spheres of influence abroad. They pour money into their militaries and use force to expand their influence. This behavior commonly provokes great power tensions, and they add to that it could also lead to war. And they point to both Germany in the early 20th century and Japan in the 1930s. They then look at the steep declines in China's GDP growth rate and productivity rate. They cite data from DBS Bank that it takes 3 times as many inputs to produce a unit of growth today in China as it did in the early 2000s. And they look at the fact that China's total debt has surged 8-fold between 2008 and 2019, and exceeded 300% of GDP before COVID-19. So at this time, at the same time, Xi Jinping has been cracking down at home, and his anti-corruption campaign has, they say, deterred entrepreneurship, and politically driven regulations has erased more than $1 trillion from the market capitalization of China's leading tech firms. So they say Xi hasn't simply stopped the process of economic liberalization that powered China's development, he has thrown it into hard reverse. All of this while China's military has been modernizing and expanding with a blue water navy, aircraft carriers, denial of access weapons and positioning, and its newly displayed hypersonic missile, which US General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has called very concerning. But history isn't destiny, not for China's regional and global ambitions, nor for the inevitability of war if China sees its ascendance blocked. China's leaders have a long history of being pragmatic, and they've shown a preference over time for pursuing and defending their interests through non-military means, especially when it's unclear whether China's armed forces would prevail in a given conflict. So China's leaders are faced with a lot of different things going on at once. There's been a sharp deterioration in public opinion. Sorry, let me get rid of this. In public opinion polls around the world, in governments choosing to scale back or pull out of Belt and Road Initiative projects, and in countries in Asia and beyond, seeking new strategies to counterbalance China's influence and guard against potential Chinese aggression. Taiwan is increasing its military spending to make itself a strategic porcupine that will inflict harm if China chooses to invade. Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, and Indonesia are all expanding their own military capabilities so each can more effectively respond to Chinese aggression. The Biden administration's lifting in May 2021 of longstanding restrictions on the range of missiles South Korea can possess, and South Korea's testing of those missiles has prompted concern in China, as has the possibility of South Korean forces joining the US military to counter actions China might take to take control of Taiwan. And of course, then there's the AUKUS Pact among Australia, the United States, and the United Kingdom that would help Australia acquire nuclear-powered submarines and enhance cyber capabilities, artificial intelligence, quantum technology, and additional underseas capabilities.
Mary, you have 1 minute.
Sure, but still, China has choices in terms of how to react to all of this. The choices it makes will show its Asian neighbors and the world how much it is truly willing to be a force for peace and stability in the region, and at what cost, if any, to its own ambitions and its vision for its future leadership role. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Majestat. She was from Asia Society. Okay, let me introduce our third speaker. He is also from one of the leading think tanks from Pacific Century Institute, well known as PCI. He is a present chairman of the CBOL, and also he is the president of the Celtron Incorporation. He has lots of experience from APEC, Asian Pacific Economic Council, and also great experience at Korea Society. And definitely he also been to North Korea, a couple of times. So I can say he is an expert on North Korean issues. And he covered a lot of issues, not only security issue, but also economic and, non-traditional security issues as well. Okay, Chairman Kim, you have another 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Peter. After becoming a serious student on issues relating to North Korea, I carefully listened to the North Korean specialists and gathered all those conventional wisdom. And yet, I came to believe those four conventional wisdoms really are myth. And let me share that myth that as I see. First, don't want to pay for the same horse second time or even third time. Two, North Korea will collapse soon. Third, sanctions will force North Koreans to behave the way we want them to behave. And the fourth, China, we should outsource to China, and China will influence North Koreans to influence to the way and behave the way that we want them to behave. Well, I call this a myth because I don't think anyone has ever paid even for the first horse. We never delivered. Second, ever since John Deutsch, then the director of CIA in 1990, said it's not if, but it is when the North Korea will collapse, after 31 years, it hasn't. So So it'll collapse soon, I think it's a myth. Sanction force North Korea to behave the way we want them to behave. All the sanctions that we put on, they haven't behaved the way we want them. And finally, outsourcing it to China to influence North Korea to behave the way, I don't think it really worked. So then I thought about thinking of unthinkables as the solution to get out of the myth. One of the most impactful quotes that I find from late US Senator William Fulbright, who said, "We must be able to think about unthinkable things, because when things become unthinkable, thinking stops and action become mindless." So, here is one unthinkable thing which may shock you. The only way to solve the North Korea nuclear issue is to give Kim Jong-un what he wants the most. What is most dear to him is the security for his regime and continued existence of his country as it is. Only if he thinks he's more secure without nuclear weapons, then he will give it up. Not until. Only by doing that, both the nuclear issue can be solved and lasting North-South relationship can be maintained. The emotional reaction to giving Kim what he wants, you can imagine. He is an awful dictator. Somehow we must force him and his regime to comply with what he wants, what we want. Simply put, this is not going to happen. Kim faces 4 existential threats. First, foremost, I think, is from China. In fact, China loves Korea so much, they would much rather have 2 of them, 2 Koreas. Second, domestic threat. They do have a domestic threats, believe it or not. Could be danger of coup, widespread unrest. Anytime regime becomes unstable, there is a trouble. Third, United States, a constant military threat to them. And fourth and last, South Korea is a certain threat to them, complex sociological, economic, and other, even military threats that they face. So Kim Jong-un is left to juggle all these threats one at a time. And nuclear weapons are a way to give Kim some agency to deal with the threat, buying enough time. And this is the challenge, and both Kim's challenge and Seoul's and Washington's challenge. So I propose 4 conclusion recommendations. 1, it will require a very long-term outlook of engagement. Something cannot be done very short, instant way. 2, whatever the process involves, final North Korea denuclearization is going to be at the very end, not at the front. You cannot expect anything to begin with that. Third, US and the international community have to be persuaded that they must trust Seoul to be the leading interlocutor and with the North Korea. And the Kim and the North Korea must be persuaded their solution and roads are through Seoul, not any place else. So before North-South can make real progress, there has to be South-South dialogue. The conservatives and progressives of this country, Korea, they have to sit down, they have to talk to each other what their long-term policy is going to be toward North. Just as the East Germany, West Germany thought through 19 years prior to the unification what their policy is going to be toward East. And the key to the German unification was when progressives and conservative parties agreed on what Germany's policy would be, and that would be based upon magnanimity, and toward the East, no matter which political persuasion has become the ruling party. And the next president of South Korea, which will be decided in March of next year, whoever it may be, will have a very big task before him dealing with North and South. My suggestion is those two major parties, candidates, will make a pledge that if they become victorious, and they will take time to engage in a very serious discussion toward coming up with a policy toward North Korea. Well, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Kim. Since it's used only 10 minutes, he saved us in terms of saving the money. Okay, thank you. We have 3 designated discussants for each 3 presentation. Let me introduce the first discussant. 김일기 박사님을 소개합니다.
So Dr.
한국을 대표하는 북한 연구학자이시고요.
He is a leading scholar on North Korean studies.
국가안보전략연구원의 선임 연구원으로
He's a senior
계십니다.
research fellow
북한
of
문제와
the
남북 관계에
Institute for
대해서
National Security Strategy of Korea. He has written extensively on North Korea. And he's also part of various think tanks and academic societies in Korea.
Institute for National Security Strategy, that is under the umbrella of the NIS. NIS is the Korean version of the CIA, equivalent to the Korean CIA. Okay, let me introduce Dr. Kim. 8분 정도 드리겠습니다.
I'll give you 8 minutes and maximum 10 minutes. Hello everyone, as introduced, I am Il-gi Kim, working at the Institute for National Security Strategy. I'm very happy to be part of this session. It's been almost 30 years since I began studying North Korea, and recently, as Mr. Spencer Kim mentioned, now with Kim Jong-un, Chairman Kim Jong-un, there are many unexpected behaviors and things that we didn't predict in advance. For example, there was a US DPRK summit meeting, which we didn't imagine before, and there were 3 inter-Korean summit talks that we did not anticipate. So when I think about North Korea, I can say that the thoughts that we had about North Korea can be or should be replaced, and we need a new perspective, and we need a new approach to understanding North Korea these days. In my discussion, as I am a researcher on North Korea, I'm going to focus on these aspects. I listened to the presentation by Dr. Hayes, And I believe that this project, reducing the risk of nuclear weapons use in Northeast Asia, is a very meaningful and valuable project. It is actually about various use cases and the command and control system and the preemptive use of nuclear weapons. And the second presentation was on China and China's approach to regional peace and security. I really enjoyed these comments that Dr. Marquesti made based on her experiences. And Mr. Kim's presentation was very interesting because there was an element of creativity in his approach. Now, after I listened to these three presentations, my conclusion is that the future of Seoul is not very bright. It's because the situations described in these presentations are a very objective reflection of the reality, and we may not have a very bright future ahead of us on the Korean Peninsula. In 2019, there was this Hanoi summit talk, but since then, we have not had any progress in advancing the inter-Korean relations. And recently, President Moon Jae-in mentioned that South Korea is willing to declare an end to the Korean War at the UN General Assembly. And he suggested that we should move forward, going beyond the Korean War. But the positions of the US, China, and Japan have not been expressed clearly, but their responses may not be very positive either. So with respect to this declaration of an end of the war, I'd like to ask this question to the three speakers. First of all, to Dr. Peter Hayes. I'd like to know the stance of the US or your position on President Moon's declaration of an end of the war. And secondly, in your project, what kinds of preconditions are you assuming for North Korea to use nuclear weapons first? And you mentioned that there is uncertainty over the command and control within the North Korean military, and if they decide to use nuclear weapons first, then what kinds of command and control will be put in place to proceed with this process? And to Mary Kay, I would like to understand China's stance on the end of war declaration, because there are some suggestions that we may declare the end of war before this major sporting event in China. And moving on to Spencer, I'd like to understand the position of the US on this declaration of the end of war. There are some say that there is a positive response from the US about this declaration. So what do you think about this? And you mentioned that North Korean policy has to be maintained even though there is a change of government for longer term involvement. But in Korea, we have so much division, and there's even a more serious division, South division in our society, as we have this upcoming presidential election. So what would be your advice to resolve this conflict? Thank you. So, Dr. Il-gi Kim, thank you for your comments.
As he mentioned in particular about the war end declaration of the Korean Peninsula, I assume, I do understand after President Moon Jae-in, he mentioned that at the end of the September, when he participated to the UN meeting of the General Assembly. So not only among the people in academia, but also people in policy area as well in Korea, it is one of the most interesting and hottest debate currently. So we would like to listen all of the three leading scholars' response about to that question. Okay, let me introduce the third discussant, Professor Kee Park from Harvard. He said that he was in North Korea more than 20 times. And also he said that his last visit to Pyongyang, North Korea was November 2019. Okay, definitely showing that he is a real expert on North Korea issues. And we do understand currently not only traditional issue, but mainly because of the COVID-19 non-traditional issues such as public health and human security and global health governance is everyone's subject as well. So you may either focus on one of the specific speakers' suggestions, or you broadly cover all the three presentation as well. It's up to you. Okay, you have another 8 to 10 minutes. Okay, Dr. Kee Park.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much,
I want to
Mr. Park.
thank you for all the organizers for putting on such a fantastic event, and also greetings to my fellow panelists. I've learned so much from just listening to all three talks. As a physician and a public health researcher, I'll be the first one to admit that my lack of familiarity on the geopolitics of Northeast Asia and the security dimensions of the region. That being said, I am familiar with the health implications of the increasing militarization on the peninsula as well as the region. We physicians are unequivocal when we say that peace is a prerequisite to health. I want to first congratulate the city of Seoul on its Seoul Peace Initiative, which aims to foster collaborative research among experts in security, intelligence, international relations, history, political science, and health and medicine, and then providing a platform to share their ideas and research. The achievement of peace requires a multi-sectoral approach. So listening to Peter and Mary Kay's talks, we might ask questions like, can the idea of health and pandemic cooperation in time of this global pandemic with North Korea lead to a path towards nuclear threat reduction? Or another question that we can pose is, can the recent push to roll back sanctions by China and Russia at the UN be used to initiate a diplomatic process between the US and North Korea towards peace? We all know that the Biden administration has asked for a review of its sanctions in relation to its impact on the countries that are sanctioned and their ability to respond to the pandemic. So like Spencer Kim, I will quote from a famous American, President Dwight Eisenhower. He once said, "Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies in the final sense a theft from those who hunger and who are not fed, and those who are cold and not clothed. And the world, and this world in arms, is not spending money alone," unquote. He said this during a famous speech now called A Chance for Peace in April of 1953, which is just 3 months before the Korean Armistice Agreement was signed. We all know here all too well that the peace treaty that was to follow the armistice never materialized. This unended war has resulted in a massive diversion of resources toward the military at a steep human and societal cost for both Koreas. The maintenance of active military with over 1 million soldiers in the north and 500,000 soldiers in the south results in a direct loss of human capital and hurts the economic productivity of both countries. I wonder what the economic benefits would be if the size of the military was to be reduced even by 50%. Besides the wasted human capital, the disproportionate spending on the military, something that would affect the North more than the South given the different GDPs, nevertheless is a significant strain on the national budget and reduced spending on the critical health sector. Achievement of peace should reduce military spending and thereby free up resources for strengthening health systems, which can provide a broader range of services to a much larger segment of the population, especially the vulnerable. Importantly, the appetite for sanctions may lessen if the stability and peace assures North Korea of its security and opens up a path to demilitarization. And as the economy of North Korea develops, and we've seen this in multiple countries, the lives of ordinary people will improve. Now, if the benefits of peace are so many, then why are we not able to achieve it? I'm going to get a little opinionated here, and that's okay. The US was the main reason for the scuttled peace treaty in Geneva in 1954. And it continues, even today, to be the main reason for the failure to achieve peace on the Korean Peninsula, and also blocking inter-Korea cooperation. Let me give you one example. The UN command, the existence of which is also controversial, controlled by the US, initially did not allow the transport of trucks that was filled with Tamiflu, a flu medicine, for North Korea through the DMZ in 2019. This was an agreement that was reached in Pyongyang between the Kim Jong-un and Moon Jae-in to provide this medicine. So delivery was set, but it was blocked at the DMZ. The delay ultimately caused a loss of trust between North and South Korea, and ultimately the non-delivery of these life-saving medications. The US also controls the UN Security Council humanitarian exemptions process for the sanctions. Now, the committee works by consensus. What that means is an objection by one country, a single country, such as the US, is sufficient to deny the request for humanitarian assistance. In effect, the world needs to ask the US permission to help North Korea, even during a pandemic. The same situation exists when seeking peace on the Korean Peninsula. The current push for the end of war declaration by President Moon, along with, and I would say, an increasingly effective Korean American grassroots effort in the US, led by people like me, and Korean Americans first and second generation, has been met with cool skepticism by the Biden administration. That the US has the power, or rather has been given the power is more accurate, I think. To deny the pursuit of peace by sovereign countries is absurd. So I will end with three questions. First one is to Spencer Kim, and this has to do with Professor Kim Il-gi's question as well. I think that the hot topic of today is the end of war declaration. So to Spencer, in what ways do you see the current push for the end of war declaration unfolding, and to what extent can it shift power back to Seoul? And then to Peter, the question I posed at the earlier at my opening, is there to what extent can the health cooperation in the backdrop of a pandemic open a path towards nuclear threat reduction? And to Mary Kay, with this new idea that China was not new, but China and Russia is now spearheading another effort to roll back sanctions. Does that, and that I think in some ways is in line with the Biden administration's review of its current sanctions in terms of impact on pandemic, and to what degree can that lead to additional diplomatic openings? I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Park. Okay, thank you for the discussion. Let me invite, wow, we are inviting Angel, okay. Let me invite the third discussant, Director Abraham Denmark from Woodrow Wilson Center. From this area, it should be early in the morning, okay. Again, you may point out one of the three presentation, or you may cover generally, all the three presentations, including all the subject, okay? Again, you have 8 to 10 minutes, okay? Director, Mr. Denmark.
Great, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to join all of you. It is early in the morning here in Washington. As you saw, my daughter wanted to say good morning and says good morning to all of you. And I very much appreciate the exceptional analyses put together by our three panelists and the other discussants. It's been a very interesting morning, and really want to extend my congratulations to the authors, to the panelists, as well as to the organizers of the SPIC conference for putting together some really incredible analyses. So I would like to go through each of the three presentations that we've seen and offer a few comments and questions on each, which I think are both very important. Hi, excuse me, and informative. So first for Professor from Peter Hayes from the Nautilus Institute. Hi, bye-bye. Welcome to Pandemic Life. For Peter Hayes, I'd like to congratulate them for what I think is an exceptionally interesting research initiative with a terrific cast of experts. I think you all are asking the right questions. I'm very interested to hear the answers. I was curious, one, that there was in the description of all the various actors that have nuclear weapons or some potential for nuclear capacity in the region, that it seemed that I think China may need a bit more of an examination, because I think China is the country that's having the most rapid and fundamental change to its approach to nuclear weapons, highlighted by the reported recent test of a fractional orbital capability as well as hypersonic capability, both of which are nuclear capable, but also the revelations in the recent report by the Pentagon suggesting that China is looking to change and upgrade its the alert status of its nuclear capabilities, of its nuclear forces, as well as dramatically expanding the size of its nuclear arsenal from where it is now to potentially up to 1,000 warheads by the end of this decade. So I'd be very curious about where, about how you're looking at in this study, how we're looking at moving ahead and projecting, especially when it comes to China, a dramatically larger and more sophisticated nuclear force. And what you expect, what your experts expect would be the implications for regional security issues and deterrence at the strategic and conventional levels as a result of these capabilities. I'd also be curious from those experts that you're working with, looking at the future of where the United States may be when it comes to nuclear weapons. It's been broadly reported during the presidential campaign. Biden discussed, in his campaign discussed, changing U.S. approach to nuclear weapons to declare that the sole purpose of nuclear weapons is to deter nuclear use against the United States or its allies, which is not quite a no first use commitment, but is certainly a statement of restricting, limiting the role of nuclear weapons. So I'd be curious from your experts, or perhaps Peter yourself, your sense of what you expect the impact would be of such a declaration like that. For Mary Kay, again, I think it's an exceptional analysis. I think you really capture the tension between China's self-image and how the rest of the region views China, which I think is a very important dichotomy to note. And it reminded me of an experience I had several years ago in Manila, touring Manila with a professor there who was relating to me that when Imperial Japan attacked Manila, it had cast its aggression, its regional aggression, as a campaign to liberate the region from the West. And so in their planning for the invasion of Manila, they had assumed that the people of the Philippines would turn on the Americans and fight alongside the Japanese. And so when the Japanese came and they found the Philippine people fighting alongside the Americans against the Japanese, they were quite surprised and taken aback by that, which for me means that just because it's propaganda doesn't mean they don't believe it. And that to me is something that was reminded me in your analysis here, that just because we see all this as propaganda, China saying that they're a force for peace in the world, just because we see that as propaganda doesn't mean that they don't believe it, that they don't think that this is how they see themselves. The other piece that I think might take some, be worth some analysis is an aspect of Chinese of theory in the Chinese Communist Party that doesn't get a lot of attention in the West, but I do think drives a lot of their behavior, especially when it comes to BRI, which is the theory of dialectical materialism. This idea that there's a direct relationship between ideas and material reality. In other words, that economic alignment should lead to geopolitical alignment. And that, so when we look at BRI, when outside observers look at BRI, we often see a mechanism to build political leverage, which it certainly is, at least in part. But I also think that from China's perspective, there's an expectation that this will build a greater degree of deference in the international system to Chinese rising geopolitical power. And so the reality, though, has been, especially amongst democracies, that as countries have grown more dependent on China economically, as those economic connections have grown, they've actually grown more suspicious of Chinese power and more concerned about Chinese assertiveness. So there's a dichotomy, ironically maybe, between the theory of dialectical materialism and the physical reality that the Chinese are confronting. And I'd be curious, I think, one, about how the dichotomy is playing within Chinese analyses and China's view of the world. I was recently involved in a discussion with Chinese scholars, and we talked about this, and they noted the strengthening relations between the United States and its allies in the region, specifically looking at AUKUS, but noting a variety of other pieces that's been happening. And I noted that these are developments that the United States has been trying to push. The United States has been trying to enhance these relationships for a long time, but it hasn't happened as the result necessarily of better American diplomacy, but rather as reflecting concerns amongst these countries about China and China's ambitions, thus driving them closer towards the United States. So I'd be curious for Mary Kay, how this dichotomy seems to be playing amongst the Chinese, and more fundamentally, how do we shape and inform Chinese views and actions that seem to be very self-referential, self-supporting, and not terribly interested necessarily in input from the outside? I'd be very curious on that. And finally, for Professor Kim, I think, again, a very interesting analysis. I had not seen many analyses of these dynamics referring to the Ostpolitik theories that were developed in the late 1960s in West Germany. And so I'd be curious to hear more from that about from Spencer, from Professor Park, both in terms of how to establish a Korean version of Ostpolitik, considering the deep political divisions, both in Seoul and in Washington. And we have a multivariable dynamic here. I'd be curious how to navigate that. But more significantly, I think when we look at the role that Ostpolitik played in German unification, yes, that was a necessary ingredient, but it wasn't. But the idea of Ostpolitik was developed in the 1960s and matured in the 1970s, and it wasn't until the collapse of the Soviet Union that it could come to fruition. So it seems to be there's a geopolitical dynamic to this that we also need to consider. So when you're in your analysis, I'd be curious how you see this working in our current situation. And more broadly, how you expect Seoul can convince Washington and the rest of the international community to better accept the DPRK as a necessary step towards a comprehensive denuclearization agreement, considering the ordering challenges that we faced in this dynamic going back several administrations on both sides. And with that, I'll close, and thanks again to all the presenters and authors for really interesting and creative analyses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denmark. Let's do this way. we have very interesting discussions raised by three discussants. So I will give 3 to 5 minutes to each speakers. Okay. So having using 3 to 5 minutes of each 3 of the speakers, and then it doesn't matter. It could be speakers or discussant. If you guys have any additional questions, you may raise another 1 or 2 questions. It's kind of a second round of the discussion. Okay, so let's do Professor Hayes first. Okay, you have 3 to 4 minutes. Okay, to respond the discussion.
Thank you very much, Chair. With respect to Ilgi Kim's questions on the end of war declaration, I refer everyone to the Patrick Norton paper, which is in the chat box. He's a former legal counsel of the State Department, wrote the classic paper on how to end the armistice, which is not the same as a peace treaty or a peace regime. But essentially, I think South Koreans are free to make peace with North Korea to the extent that they can. And to the extent that inter-Korean relations are calm, then the chances that there be some kind of progress in North Korea-US relations and bringing about some form of peace declaration, peace treaty, peace regime is increased. And I note that the North-South military agreement of 2019 did bring calm, did avoid loss of control, accidents, provocations. It bought time, even under Trump, and reduced the risk of conventional war, a very important achievement of the two Koreas. So my own view is that Moon Jae-in is right, and the South Koreans should not wait for the United States, which is, as we all know, domestically preoccupied at this point. They should just get on with it with the North Koreans to the extent that the DPRK is willing to do so. In terms of what kinds of preconditions North Korea might bring North Korea to use nuclear weapons first, I think it's their perception of a US-led conventional or nuclear attack with real indicators that the United States intends to use its standard approach, which is to annihilate the air defenses of an adversary and attack its military command centers. We've postulated a number of what we would call rational and plausible North Korean uses of nuclear weapons to essentially stun the United States, but in fact aimed as much at China as they are at the United States. For example, a high altitude electromagnetic pulse attack, a ground level nuclear mine in North Korea near the DMZ to stop forces moving northwards from US forces Korea and the ROK military, a limited strike on US bases in Japan, an attack on a US aircraft carrier offshore. These are potentially what I'll call low-level nuclear uses that might not lead to American counterfire with nuclear weapons that would be potentially quite rational from a North Korean perspective. With respect to North Korean command and control, I think the standard reference on this in English is the paper we published. It's in the chat box by Dr. Cheon from KAIDA in 2019. One of the riskiest moments for North Korea is the transition from political control of North Korean nuclear weapons, which are separated but co-located close to the delivery systems, especially the missiles, which are controlled by the military. They're going to go from the political commissars to the military. Well, that's a dangerous period for the national command, for the high command, for Kim Jong-un. With respect to Dr. Park, we of course participated in a cooperative threat reduction plus public health seminar recently, and I refer everyone to the papers by Dr. Shin on health cooperation at a regional level as proposed by the ROK government, but he's outlined in detail what that would mean. And a paper we published today by Dr. Park, just in fact about 20 minutes ago, because I hit the go button, so it would be online, on an inter-Korean health initiative, which I think everyone will find useful. With respect to the questions from Abraham Denmark, first of all, let me just say about AUKUS, the submarine deal, which is an arms deal, not a pact, not an alliance. In my humble opinion, sitting in Australia at the moment, I think it's a giant nuclear nothing burger, and nothing is going to come for it. There are lots of domestic Australian reasons as well as international reasons for this, but I don't think it's actually going to add up to very much at all, if anything. And it will have achieved a huge cost along the way of burning bridges for Australia with China, with France, and with other parties in the region. China, yes, it is apparently increasing its nuclear weapons arsenal. And for the study, this, of course, is important for how a bigger arsenal would affect how the great powers would relate to a Korean conflict with nuclear weapons and nuclear war potential. And it would arguably lead to a lesser probability that the United States or China would use nuclear weapons in relation to the Taiwan Straits or Korea, or both simultaneously, if those crises were to occur together. Of course, the Chinese have to also look south at India, north at Russia, which is also modernizing its nuclear forces, including along the Russian Far Eastern border. It's not just US nuclear forces that they're looking at. They have 3 nuclear weapon fronts to worry about, plus NATO, plus the UK, the UK and the French nuclear weapons that are aimed potentially at China with respect to sizing their arsenal. But why they're doing this, you know much more about that than I do as a specialist on these kinds of issues with China, but it will have an impact on our use cases. Where I think the US nuclear weapon modernization is really important is actually not so much the sole purpose and no first use declaration. That's simply declaratory rhetoric. When you're at the brink of a war, it doesn't mean much. What really matters is the new fuses the US is now deploying with enormously enhanced lethality on over 1,000 nuclear weapons aimed already at China, Russia, and North Korea. You don't need to put out more nuclear weapons and more delivery platforms to increase massively the threat that you pose to your adversary. And the United States has just done that on an enormous scale. And I'm sure that's been noticed by their adversaries, even if most of the public in the West are not aware of it. And finally, I would say that the really unnoticed risk that we really need to address is actually the offshore nuclear weapons arms race and the related anti-submarine warfare involving nuclear submarines and the ballistic missile firing submarines. Currently, American attack submarines, nuclear attack submarine operating tempo out of Japan is higher than it was during the Cold War today. So it seems to me that we've really got to pay attention to what's going on in the oceans, not just on the Korean Peninsula. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Professor Hayes. I do appreciate for your very kind responses. Director Magistrate, the floor is yours. Let me correct me. The screen is yours, okay? Yep. You have 4 to 5 minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I thank you for such thoughtful and thought-provoking questions. Thanks to all of you. And to Kee Park, I couldn't agree more that peace is a prerequisite for health, and I appreciate you making that point. I'm going to take the first 2 discussants' questions together, and then, because they're somewhat related, and then go to Abraham's question. So China's stance on an end of war in Korea, just in terms of the long view, China's leadership has made it clear for many years that it does not want US forces on its border. It would be happy to not have US forces in Korea at all. Koreans, I think, remember that China has made claims, historical claims, to the Goguryeo Kingdom back in 2005, a Chinese think tank connected with the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, published an article that I happened to visit both South Korea and North Korea that year, and I was hearing some real resentment in both places in response to that. So I think that there's an open question about what would happen if there are no longer US forces in Korea that are holding the status quo. It might not necessarily go the way either Korea necessarily entirely wants it to go, but not for the reasons that we're discussing. I mean, I just think, China as the Middle Kingdom, China is the country that expects that there is going to be deference, as Abraham said, that maybe there's even a possibility of moving into a 21st century that, has China at the center and the, regional powers, these small countries, as Yang Jiechi called them, allowing China to pursue its own interests, perhaps at the cost of small countries' interests. I'm putting that in definite quotation marks there. That could be an issue. And so I would just leave that as an open question. Sometimes the best answers are better questions, and I ask you to build on that one in terms of how Koreans on both sides of the DMZ would guard against Chinese geopolitical ambitions to expand, should they have that impulse after US troops are no longer in Korea. That is not an argument for US troops staying indefinitely in Korea. I'm just saying that's a variable to keep in mind. And to Abraham's point in terms of how do we shape and inform Chinese views and actions that are self-referential and self-serving, and also how is the dichotomy between that China thinks that what it's doing in terms of building out infrastructure, building political leverage, that this would lead to more deference, but it's actually leading to more resistance. It's actually leading to more countries seeking more options. I mean, I think there's a great power hubris that the US has certainly been guilty of many, many times over, and that China is guilty of now, which is that, you think that like the great powers are the only choices that smaller countries have. And I think increasingly as smaller countries become more prosperous, that they have more options, that they're recognizing that regional blocs and more informal cooperation serves their interests, their strength in numbers. That's why China doesn't like it. In fact, the United States sometimes doesn't always. I mean, certainly the Trump administration didn't like it. We're moving back now to becoming more aligned with our friends, partners, and allies. Yeah, I mean, it's just a blind spot that China has, but I don't think China's alone is a great power in having that. I think that like colonial powers in the past have had that too. They've been surprised when there's been resistance to colonial rule, at least at times. So how do we shape and inform China's views and actions that are self-referential and self-serving? I mean, I think going back to my point that Chinese leaders have a record of being pragmatic. They know what they want. They will press hard to get what they want, but if the reality on the ground is different from that, they will adjust to it. So, I mean, on one level, the fact that so many smaller states or middle powers or whatever you want to call them are multi-aligning is already creating a different reality on the ground. In addition to that, for those powers to speak together as a group with clear messaging of, this is what we want. We're not trying to contain you. We're not trying to, sort of blow up we're not trying to contain you, but we have our interests as well. And you need to be clear on what our interests are, and you need to respect our interests. You're not the only one who gets to have core interests. I think that that kind of message getting to China more often and from more corners would go a long way to, or at least it could go a long way to modifying China's behavior. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Majestat. Before we move to Chairman Spansky, can I check anyone has any further additional question either to Professor Hayes or Ms. Majestat? Okay, if not, can I move to Chairman Spansky? You have 3 to 4 minutes, okay?
Thank you. So I will begin attempting my answer to your question. How can Seoul convince the United States and the rest of the international community to better accept DPLK as a necessary step toward comprehensive agreement? Well, Seoul cannot convince US or anyone else. I don't think it's Seoul's role to convince others. That is, including North. Anything until Korea decides what their long-term policy is. And that long-term policy is something that I alluded earlier, that is South-South, conservatives and progressive sitting down, just as the Germany did years ago. And once the Republic of Korea accomplished that task of coming to a national consensus on a long-term basis, then I think they can take they can begin to introduce that to U.S. and other international community and tell them this is their policy. If there is a think the unthinkable project, it is likely that U.S. and others will weigh in, and what they see as their equity. The ROK elements hammering out the national policy can take them into account and accept them, modify them, and reject them. But until that core policy has been reached within, nobody will give any credence. I think North Koreans also recognize the fact that any bilateral agreement they reach with U.S., which they have been wanting to do forever, the U.S. cannot deliver, unfortunately. They have seen that time at the time, and it's not sustainable. And I think North Korea is beginning to understand the system difference in U.S. From their own, just because president agrees or a negotiating team in U.S. agrees that can actually deliver. But once the decision is made, the ROK can simply tell the world, this is our policy. Live with it. Help us. The question that was raised, in what ways do you see the current push for the end of war declaration unfolding? I see the end of war declaration as a very good first step in a long-term realistic policy aimed at creating cooperative architecture under which denuclearization could actually take place, instead of talk until whatever, as we have done past 30-some years. You asked the question on considering the political difficulties, internal political divisions, both U.S. and Korea is experiencing. How do we propose establishing a Korean version of Ostpolitik? I guess to us it will be a North politic. I alluded earlier that the March of 2022, next year, there's an election. And so recommendation is for both parties candidate agrees during this campaign process that they commit to reach out to the other side once they become victor to establish this national consensus for the long-term politics. And they have to take this national, the long-term consensus out of the local politics, because this is more important, so important to their future that they cannot include this in a domestic politics. And it should be set aside to be treated as a long-term project for the nation, for their people. If no candidate makes the pledge, then I guess we should urge the winner, when the winner gets, that person take that initiative. It could be called Think the Unthinkable project, as I mentioned earlier. As to the US, I proposed that it would be ROK exercise. They will have to accept this as an ROK exercise, and with the results shared with the US and others afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Kim. Let's quickly move to the round discussion. We have one question from our audience. One of the online listeners suggests a question. Moon Jae-in administration has focused on peace building or regime on the Korean Peninsula, comparing any previous government in South Korean previous regime. So what we mostly have to do, okay, to continue, the peace building process on the Korean Peninsula. You guys definitely know that the nuclear issue and denuclearization process of North Korea is one of the serious barrier. But you may mention that. But if you have any additional subject, it's gonna be greatly appreciated. Okay, you have 30 seconds or 1 minute. Okay, can I have Professor Hayes first?
It's very simple. Let Korean civil society be civil. Do the outreach. Trust your own people. Let them contact North Koreans through third parties directly and deliver the services that only civil society can do based on trust and commitment. That's really the only way forward, ultimately.
Thank you. Director Majestat? I can hear you. I can hear you.
I think Peter said it well, so I'm just going to second what he said.
Okay, thank you for saving the time. Okay, can I have Dr. Kee Park?
Yeah, I just have one comment. To me, the most important thing that needs to happen is for ROK to go through a self-reflection exercise. There's a huge gap between what I think they can do and what they're able to do. And I think it has a lot to do with sense of this unequal power dynamics. And I would say that if you do see the COVID response from ROK, for example, compared to all the other countries in the world, it is exemplary. They followed the science, and the government was incredibly effective in caring for its people. Things like that. I think ROK needs to go through this exercise of self-reflection and see where they belong, where they fit in the world powers. And I think they're going to end up in a much higher level than I think they realize, and then start the peace process on equal footing with everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have Mr. Denmark?
Yeah, I think the previous comments have been well said. If you look through the history of the the nuclear crisis with North Korea, I think Korea has been most stable when relations between North and South have been good. So I think it would be intelligent and helpful for both sides to encourage stronger cooperation between North and South without forgetting the importance of denuclearization or allowing denuclearization to be pushed entirely to the side. But that being said, I think the U.S. has a great interest in supporting peace and reconciliation and other efforts to engage between North and South.
Thank you. May I have Chairman Kim?
예, 오늘 질문에 대한 답들은 우리 발표자 선생님들께서 다 하신 것 같습니다. 제가 드리고
I think all the wonderful remarks were already made, and if I may add, in May next year, we are going to have the presidential election. We have the presidential candidates already decided, and I wish they were here listening to all these wonderful comments so that these candidates could have a better idea of formulating peace on the Korean Peninsula. Unfortunately, they are not here, but in May next year, we will have the second round of peace process on the Korean Peninsula. If we have a liberal candidate, then it's going to be version 2 or round 2. So I hope that you will all provide us with support. Thank you.
This issue really belongs to Korea, both South and North. They should solve the problem themselves. And I think the rest of the world community can support them, give them moral support and as well as other support. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We have been discussing peace on the Korean Peninsula and peace and security on Northeast Asia. We have many conferences and symposia on these themes. But I think that the SPIC has the advantage that we bring together experts from think tanks, leading scholars from leading think tanks around the world on peace studies, and pulls together the wisdom and expertise of these many different speakers from Sydney, from DC, from Harvard, from all of these think tanks in Seoul and Korea and elsewhere. I think that this is going to be a significant foundation for our further growth.
The participant, okay? Thank you. Bye.
네, thank you once again to all of our speakers as well as our discussants, and of course Professor Park for moderating. This brings us to the end of our session on day 1 and of course our official proceedings for today. I would like to remind you that there are various events on the official website of the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021. So please do go onto the website and participate in the quiz as well as the other events. Tomorrow, we will resume this fascinating and thought-provoking discussion with session 3. We will start 30 minutes later at 7 p.m. Korea Standard Time. So please do join us at 7 p.m. tomorrow. Once again, thank you very much for watching, and for those of you who are participating at odd hours of the day, have a great morning, afternoon, and rest of the evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.